Greetings, friends. Happy Wednesday. Welcome, welcome. What's up, folks? What's up, Father Axe Keeper, Mighty C7, Thimmy, Kill It, Gilgavati, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Welcome, welcome. To make matters clear, in case there's confusion, everyone's welcome.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Very much, Father Axe Keeper. Let's bond, indeed. Everyone's welcome except for bigots and assholes and other uncouth folk that we don't want around here. But as long as everyone can be civil, respect their fellow human, I think we're all good. So
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Birds also welcome. Thank you very much, Macaw45, for 70 months. Oh boy, of unspeakable horror. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. We are just about to embark on what's officially, on the books, considered the final mission of James Bond, which is 007 Legends. I'm very excited for this. I think this game has a Metacritic rating of like 45 or something. It's a Eurocom James Bond first-person shooter. So on the one hand, it's like, how bad could it possibly be? And also, what actually specifically is it about it that would make people not like it? Now, to be clear, I find Metacritic scores to be a really interesting metric as like a historical snapshot of how a game was received. But I don't really take much stock on it to like align at all with my tastes or preferences or values or anything like that. I certainly don't, look at it as any kind of universal metric for how quote unquote good something is, let alone how much I'll enjoy it or find it interesting.
What have you got there? A box?
Got some box art reviews. We'll see if we can get that. There's different score aggregation sites. It doesn't really matter. Obviously for older stuff anyway. I mean, not that this is that old, but once you go back to the stuff from the 90s and everything, like the whole landscape and what outlets they would even aggregate, it like changes so much. But that's, again, like it doesn't matter to me if something is like a 62 or a 65, or for that matter, if it's a 92 or a 95 based on whatever methods they use for aggregates. It's more so the fact that, if you sort it into these like very broad categories, you can get a sense of whether something, like, for example, it's not just a matter of whether one individual game was received well or not, but it's also, it gives you some kind of measuring stick to compare different things. So the thing that immediately comes to mind for me is when we played the Spy Hunter games on PS2 and Xbox, the 3D Spy Hunter trilogy, where the first game had an aggregate review score of like 80, somewhere between 80 and 85, I think. And it's an awesome game. Like, it's a very good game, and it's the kind of game that you would immediately understand why you would never, like, it would never transcend those kind of numbers. Like, it would never get like a 92. Like, as great of a game as it is, like, it's just it's too niche of a game to receive the kind of universal acclaim. Like, getting anything over a 90 is like very, very few games manage it. So, not to say that there aren't quote unquote niche games that do it, but for the most part, like, those kinds of scores tend to be kind of reserved for the the fucking Zeldas and Grand Theft Autos of the world or whatever. Coincidentally, games I don't really care that much about. But for that kind of game, it's a car game. It's not a racing game per se, but it's a driving mission game. It's kind of not necessarily arcadey, but it's very challenge based. It's like a fairly difficult game, and it's just not like anything else really. So for a game like that to score that well, I think like reflects very positively on it. And I loved that game. Like, I thought it was like well deserving of that kind of universal high praise. And then Spy Hunter 2 I don't remember the specific aggregate review scores, but let's say it was somewhere in the 70s or low 70s, high 60s, or something like that. And then Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run, the third game, starring Rock the Dwayne Johnson, had an aggregate score of like 50. And I found that interesting simply because I found the third game to be infinitely more interesting than the second one. The second one, to me, was by far the worst. It's like so by the numbers, uninteresting, just meandering, like fluff of a nothingness experience. Like I finished it in one sitting. There's like nothing to like. Not only was it such a massive step down from the first game, it didn't really bring anything new or interesting to the table. It was kind of a worse, watered down version of the first game, and it wasn't even like, even that's not accurate because it stripped away part of what was interesting about the structure of the first game, where it had like every level has like a certain number of objectives that you can try to achieve, and you have to get like a certain number of them to clear the level, and there's some like optional ones. So there's like a lot of incentive to replay levels to find these kind of hidden objectives and stuff. It's just a really clever, fun design for a game like that. And then Spy Hunter 2 just like doesn't have that. It's just like levels, and the one sort of gimmick it has is that it's got like these boss levels that loop infinitely, and we have to like chase after a boss. Like it was just terrible. It's a terrible game. Now, Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run is not a great game, but it has like novelty to it. Like I'm not surprised, or I don't think it's been like unfairly maligned necessarily, but it's interesting how like the second game is such a, it doesn't do anything, but it's like it's adequate in some ways. It's not, it's like what's the word, unobjectionable enough to like not have anything to drag it down. Like it doesn't have as many sharp corners and just like friction to it, whereas Nowhere to Run is like, you know, arguably perhaps more annoying in places, or it has more like, you know, it's kind of thing. It's a Spy Hunter game that has like 3 driving levels. Because a lot of the game is just running around on foot and you're punching dudes and wrestling dudes and shooting dudes. But that's like, that makes it more interesting to me than Spy Hunter 2. So if it's like the first game was like 80, 85, the second game was like 70, and the third game was like 56, I feel like I would, you know, maybe reverse those scores of the second 2 games, you know, broadly, just like how I felt about them. So stuff like that I find interesting to look at something and see just broad sort of trends in reception of certain games. So that makes me really fascinated to see what about 007 Legends could there possibly be to justify an aggregate review score in like the 40s. That's pretty rare. Like for a kind of a high profile thing, especially, I'm intrigued because I've seen the game very, very, very briefly, and that's not to say that it seems like it's going to be really good, but I haven't seen any evidence of what stuff there might be. So like, take GoldenEye Rogue Agent as an example. I don't actually know what kind of aggregate review score that game has, but that game's like awful, and it's kind of immediately awful, and there's nothing about it that seems cool. Because it's all like boring to look at. It doesn't feel good. The levels are all like gray facility hallways. 007 Legends at least has like cool moments that you can put in a trailer that make it look cool. And I played about 2 minutes of it last night because I was doing some research to try to figure out some stuff about the PC version, and it seemed pretty like par for the course for these like Activision Bond first-person shooters. So I'm like eagerly anticipating the other shoe dropping and like something being really like, terrible. My worry, I suppose, is that it's going to be something to do with challenge and annoyance and frustration. But you know, I guess we'll find out. What's up, Mr. Radon? 61 on Metacritic for Rogue Agent. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, stuff like that is always like, on the one hand, it's interesting to compare stuff. On the other hand, like, that also doesn't, it's never like a truly fair comparison. And obviously, again, like going back to the Spy Hunter example, I'm not saying there's some like, we need to, you know, retroactively achieve hashtag justice for Nowhere to Run or anything. It's just interesting to observe like those sort of trends. Now, obviously, you know, you get kind of diminishing returns with sequels and stuff, and that I'm sure that's, you know, a factor. And, you know, that might have been a factor with 007 Legends for that matter. I thought some of the previous games were pretty alright, but Activision had started putting out these Bond games with, you know, with some degree of frequency, and none of them were really that impressive. I mean, certainly the EA games were better. And I guess, you know, on average anyway, the EA games were better, or at their best, maybe is safest to say, because EA put out some real dank shit like the Game Boy Color World's Not Enough game, which is like kind of at the bottom of the tier list. So there might just have been a little bit of Bond fatigue, I suppose. And 007 Legends, of course, does also continue the strange sort of practice of retrofitting Daniel Craig into older Bond films, which, you know, maybe that contributed to people's like unease about the game and just feeling like a little, you know, if not icky, at least like confused about the feeling of reliving these older films, except it's like Daniel Craig LARPing as Sean Connery or whatever. And I will say, playing the first like 2 minutes of the game, it immediately kind of, this is kind of weird, but I'm still like more excited about it than I was for GoldenEye. I guess maybe because I've just assumed that this game is going to be like more authentic to those films, but you know, we could be seeing the not just the same thing as we did in GoldenEye, but the same kind of idea just taken to much further extremes, of like none of these films, say, scenes and set pieces like even being recognizable. But even then, I guess like part of me, I you know, call it morbid curiosity, but it's gonna be real interesting because it's also a game I feel like I've never seen anything about, really. I've never seen everyone talk about it, and I can I guess there's like at least one reason for that, which we'll get into, but we'll get to the proper kind of lore introduction of the game once we're done with this top of stream housekeeping section, I suppose. I have not yet gotten to GoldenEye Xbox Live Arcade. That is correct. I have the game set up. I have everything organized to play it, finally. But we will be playing that after we finish 007 Legends. So the kind of roadmap is we'll finish 007 Legends, and we'll, after that, start GoldenEye. So this is going to be like the final sort of official mission. GoldenEye Xbox Live Arcade is part of the bonus missions. And between finishing this game, or between now, I should say, we might even start before we finish this game. Between now and the proper finale of James Bond, which will be in January sometime, most likely, we're going to start rewatching all of the Bond films. So we're doing a little bit of research. So that'll happen kind of concurrently with GoldenEye, which I think GoldenEye, I'm going to try to make sure to have that be a little quicker than the original playthrough on the N64. So we might even just do it on Agent. I'm not sure. But GoldenEye was a very difficult game that took quite some time, and I don't particularly want the XBLA version to kind of eat up all of December or half of January. I'm not sure. Either way, we won't be able to do the finale until we've done all the proper data collection and research, i.e. watching the films and doing some other kind of behind-the-scenes spreadsheet stuff. But I also wanted to make sure that we have the games, like the official games, completed and not like put that off further. So my estimated timeline is that we'll finish this hopefully in 2 or 3 streams. Then we'll start probably this weekend, start watching the Bond films. Well, we kind of started, we watched Moonraker and On Her Majesty's Secret Service as preparation for this game this past weekend. But we'll start from Dr. No, and we'll watch them chronologically. We will presumably skip Honor Majesty's Secret Service and Moonraker, given that we've just watched them. But we will, I would say, yeah, we're going to have to rewatch the ones we watched previously over these past 3 years, because part of the reason we're watching them is I need to fill out some spreadsheet data related to the films. But also, most of the ones we watched are actually good, fun movies that I really don't mind rewatching. So we'll do that, and that'll all happen on Discord in case you're interested in joining. Do I plan to watch the original Casino Royale film? No, we will watch the 25 Eon Productions films. We will not be watching Peter Sellers' Casino Royale. We will not be watching Never Say Never Again. We will not be watching, I don't know, anything else that's like Bond adjacent. That still leaves 25 films, 23 I suppose, given we've watched 2 of them, and that's still quite a lot to squeeze in a relatively short time frame, or at least I want it to be done pretty quickly. So the other thing is we also have, of course, the promised Prince of Persia port exploration marathon stream. Well, it's not going to be one stream for sure. That's like a whole ass project. And I would like to make sure to at least be able to squeeze that in between now and First Light releasing at the end of March. But I'm also not, like, I would have liked to have started that sort of now, but I want to make sure, like, I don't want to put off anything to do with GameSpawn. I want to be able to wrap this up as effectively as possible. There's another dimension to stream scheduling currently, which is that I'm right now doing like the last few days at my current place of employment, and as of basically a week from now, I will not have a job. And I am currently looking to technically, I guess, start a business, but essentially do freelance work full time. And there's a lot of, it's a big transition, and there's a lot of kind of logistical question marks about that. And there's a lot of financial question marks too, I can say. So it's gonna kind of turn a lot of things pretty much upside down, and I don't know to what extent that will impact streaming. But I can say for sure that it's likely to have some impact or another. Like, things will not be able to necessarily, like, it's unlikely in my mind that you would not see any difference. But I don't know exactly what that will mean, so we'll have to figure it out together, or at least find out together. So it's possible that will mean either that I have like no time to stream. It might mean that I will stream at completely different times. It might mean that I will have to like massively not necessarily increase streaming hours, but like go a lot harder on trying to squeeze a few extra bucks out of my streaming to help make ends meet and all that. So like it's a pretty complicated equation, and I was about to say that I don't have all the answers. I would say that I have very few answers. So but just it's possible that things might change, and it's also possible that I might have to go job hunting and find a job, and even like if it goes that way, who knows what might change. So it's a period of uncertainty, and I would kind of I'm excited to do the Prince of Persia thing, so I really want to do it. I just don't want to do it in such a way that it's going to completely derail like the final stretch of GameSpawn. And I think especially because things could potentially be like a little bit precarious. I'm not like overly concerned that I will suddenly have to stop streaming or anything, but it's likely to have some degree of impact one way or another, and that is like a kind of an uncomfortable time to make large plans and like commitments. So that's why I'm like sort of I'm playing it by ear and trying to figure it out, but it's difficult to make like exact promises or commitments to certain dates and timelines. But what I do know is that I'm very excited to play 007 First Light. I'm going to want to play that when it comes out, and I'm going to want to stream it, and I will definitely want to have finished James Bond entirely by then. But I also don't want to drag it out for the next 3 months, so I kind of want to wrap it up. But realistically, because we have to do the movie stuff, it's not really realistic that I would have it completely finished before the end of the year. But I want to wrap up the main sort of game. This is the final game, and after that, like, the actual game part is kind of done. And then the timeline for doing the last bonus game, which is GoldenEye XBLA, and watching the films, like, that's a bit more flexible. And it's even possible that we might go back and forth between GoldenEye and Prince of Persia. I don't know. It depends a little bit on how the mood strikes. But anyway, we're gonna be starting 007 Legends tonight, and we'll see how things go from there. All right, you can try to be civilized. Let's do that. Gonna miss James Bond. I mean, it's been fun, but I think we're at a point. It's not my first time doing a project like this, and it's not my first time having. I mean, it's a bit different now because my life situation is extremely different. But wrapping up the Caped Crusade when we played Batman games for like 2.5 years, it was such a feeling of relief to put that behind me and like not have this like obligation looming constantly. And like with James Bond, it's I'm already got this Prince of Persia thing lined up, and First Light's gonna come out, so that's like a thing. That's like this sort of the word landmark, milestone. I don't know. Like, it is, it's there on the horizon. We know it's coming, and it's not like I was never gonna start another big project in like 6 weeks after this. Like, I would take a break regardless, for sure. But the First Light sort of means effectively that I'm not even gonna think about what's next until after that, because James Bond sort of isn't really done until we've done First Light, because it ended up being such a relatively short gap in between. I say ended up in the past tense. We're not done yet, so by the time we're done, it's gonna basically be a matter of weeks. Even if it's like 8 to 10 weeks, that's still a matter of weeks until First Light. But of course, when I decided to do James Bond games, that was not the only option on the table. It was one of maybe 2, 3, 4 different ideas I had, at least one of which was also an option when I decided to do Batman. So there are ideas, there are other projects kind of in the wings, in the rafters, and whether I will end up doing one of those or having some other idea for what I want to do, it's very likely that I will want to do some other large-scale project like this, because it is very compelling and fun, and I enjoy doing it. But it's like, when I'm in the midst of doing it, and especially when I'm at the tail end of doing it, it is an obligation, and being able to check it off and be done with it and move on is just like, it's such a liberation, to be able to just like, I'm gonna stream whatever I want. Like, I never have to feel guilty that I'm streaming something I want to stream today versus this thing I've got ongoing. So and that's how it was when I finished Batman, and it's by far the largest project I'd done prior to this, but I'd done other smaller ones, and it was kind of a similar feeling. As long as you have something like an ongoing thing, there's always that feeling of like, I should be doing this. Like, I can't take too long of a break or whatever. And then, going from that to doing kind of whatever, it tends to be, after a while, 3 to 6 months, and I start getting an itch to do something. And it might not be that the project starts 3 to 6 months after, but it might be that after 3 to 6 months I start planning the next project, and that might take a few months off and on, and then like we're doing it. So I think that's likely. I think it's very unlikely that my evolving job situation means that I will have to quit streaming or anything. But it's possible that it might affect how much time I feel like I can put towards it, and a lot of things that I couldn't even be, I couldn't predict it right now anyway. So it's all speculative. But I mean, even as you know, like these past 6 months have been a little wobbly, and that's part of it. I've known for months that my employment will be ending, and that's had an impact on my already not like super duper stable mental health. And sometimes that's made streaming not feel like something I want to do. But that's more on the kind of micro level. It's I've never felt that I want to quit doing it. It's just like on the day it might feel difficult to essentially quite literally broadcast yourself, but also just like engaging with people, and it can be tricky. I think there might be that kind of thing. There might be just like working from home. I'm gonna be sat in front of my computer a lot more than I'm used to, and that might make me not want to do this more at night. I don't know. Could go in any number of ways. But even if I were to quote unquote like quit streaming, I think it would probably be like a matter of time before I just got the itch to start anyway. So I'm not worried about that, at least. But we'll see how things go. And we'll try not to worry too much. The word prematurely. I was gonna say preemptively. That's not quite the word. Let's not worry prematurely. Anyway, we'll get to GamesBond soon enough, rather shortly, hopefully. We do have one box art review to get to first, so let's go do that. I appreciate that, Father Axekeeper. It's it's a double-edged sword. I'm like, the reason I started streaming in the first place, other than in general, and like it's a fun thing to do, it's because it makes me play games that I wouldn't like. I spend so much more time playing games, and like especially my like collection stuff. Without the stream, I just wouldn't get around to doing that stuff. Like streaming makes collecting and like engaging with old games so much more fun. Like, and I get to share it with people. But at the same time, it can be an obligation that's not always something you're super duper enthused about. So it can go both ways. Anyway, let's hop on over here and let's take a look at Virtual Pro Wrestling 64. So many wrestlers, so much excitement. NWO, WCW. So this is the Japanese version of whichever one of these NWO, WCW games from Aki, I guess, right? I was gonna say Sin Sophia, but that's their what they became known as later. Although a lot of people love these games, I've never really interacted with them too much. I'm not super familiar with them. But it was kind of a common thing. It was the same thing with the SmackDown series that Yuke's developed for PlayStation. Those games were released in Japan as Exciting Pro Wrestling. And I'm not sure. I think those games had... I don't think they were released like without the license. But I think there's also some games where it kind of goes back and forth a little bit, where like... I know there's some virtual pro wrestling game that has like Japanese wrestlers who are not in like the corresponding Western release, or like the wrestlers are in, but they like they have the likenesses but not the names and stuff like that. Yeah, so there's a list here. There's Empire Wrestling Federation, Neo Strong Wrestling, Wrestle of Universe, Dead or Alive Wrestling, Independent Local Pro Wrestling, and then WCW and New World Order, which is just treated as its own separate group, which is kind of funny. Yeah, so this is like a little bit of a blind spot, you could say. I haven't really played much wrestling on the PS1 either. But you know, and I've touched N64 wrestling games. I remember like super briefly, like at like a store kiosk back in the day, basically. I know a little bit about, like, not the specifics, I guess, of how these games play, but I have like a vague understanding of, like, they're very video gamey. They're among the rare breed of wrestling games that are kind of actually made to be fun to play, which I think is not true for most wrestling games. So I can see why people had a lot of fun with them. But I've never really taken the time to like dig into these games, and it would certainly be interesting at some point. But you know, there's so many game. But anyway, we're here to look at the cover and not anything else, really. It's a cool cover. It's funny though, like it makes sense obviously when you have a game that's sort of, this one is like in a kind of a weird spot because it obviously has the licensed, you know, WCW stuff, and it's, you know, advertising it pretty clearly, but it doesn't have like fucking, you know, Sting and I don't know, whoever else was big, Scott Hall, whoever, you know, it doesn't, you don't have like the marquee guys on the front of the box, which is like, I think, fairly typical for obviously like Fire Pro and other stuff. Like, I mean, some Fire Pro games just has like a big angry guy on the front, but you know, it makes sense to sell the game more on the spectacle and the show of pro wrestling to get that vibe across rather than, you know, a person. And I think as far as that style of cover goes, this one's pretty good. I think the actual like CG character models are a little goofy looking, especially the guy on the left who's like weirdly dumpy. But it's pretty cool. I mean, I'm not in love with it, but I have no real complaints with it either, I guess. I think for me, it's interesting because the wrestling games kind of really run the gamut, because you have, I think most of like the SmackDown games, they just have like the, you know, 2 or 3 big stars on the cover. I mean, they're kind of the, not quite, but mostly the sort of almost generic sports game type cover. But then on the other end of the spectrum, you have these like really, and I think the Western covers for these games were pretty much like that too, right? I mean, yeah, of course, Hogan obviously was with the, you know, the NWO, but there, because he was like on the cover of the Western version, right? I want to say it's like Hogan and I guess the Giant, Big Show, like he was on one of the boxes, I think. And that's like pretty generic and pretty boring. And then you have the other end of the spectrum where you have these like really artistic, aristocratic covers that are like very conceptual. There's like King of Colosseum that has like 4 wrestlers in like black suits standing there looking all tough and official, which is like pretty sick. Or just something where there's like a more, again, like more of a conceptual thing. I think this one is like certainly towards that that side of the spectrum, but it doesn't fully go like, I guess, yeah, conceptual really is the word for it, I guess. It goes far enough in that kind of artistic direction to be more interesting than just like a wrestler or a handful of wrestlers on there. Composition is nice and everything, but I think, to me, I guess it's just missing like something to be like really great. It's interesting because there's a lot of wrestling games and there's a lot of, you know, ways you can sort of I was gonna say there's a lot of ways you can stand out. I guess that's the thing. Like, you have to actually make an effort to stand out. I think this is a reasonably valiant effort in that regard. I guess it's just like, I think really it might really just be the 2 guys in the ring who kind of lets it down for me, because everything else looks like realistic, believable. You don't really question it. I reckon the crowd's all like photographs. Maybe not, but you know, it doesn't really matter. But the actual wrestlers like are easily like the worst looking thing. But you also have these like 2 guys who are like holding hands. Well, there's pyro going off. Like the entire scene of what's even happening is like a little bit confusing, I guess. I guess I would like, I get the whole pyro stuff, like that makes it exciting, so that's cool. So having like wrestlers essentially in their entrance and the whole arena is exploding, like that's cool, that's not a bad idea. But there's something about just like, I mean, I guess, you know, maybe they're a tag team, but just the way they're posed and the way the guy on the left looks kind of goofy. I mean, even the guy on the right looks a little goofy. I don't know. There's something about that I don't know. It like, I get a little hung up on it, but that's obviously me looking at it with a very critical eye. They look like nobody in the game. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like if they've got the whole, imagine if you had this like exact cover. Now, obviously you've got the ring post right in the center, so you maybe wouldn't put the wrestler in the center of the ring like that. But imagine if you had like, even in silhouette, recognizable like Hulk Hogan doing his like Hulk Hogan pose, like just something to make it a little more directly like connected. As a, like there is something about this that just makes it feel kind of generic and unbranded, which I think hurts it a little bit. It sells the concept, you know, aside from again like the way they're like raising each other's hands, like it looks a little strange, but the concept gets across, but the details are a little bit lost. But I like it. I don't dislike it. For me, it doesn't at all. It doesn't pass like the poster test because it's just like a little too generic. Like it feels like a bit of a stock kind of picture. There's nothing. If this had been like painted and a similar or even the exact same composition, and maybe something a little bit more exciting or different or distinct going on in the ring itself, like it could have been awesome. But the way it is, like it certainly has a kind of stock generic feel to it that doesn't really. It's very functional, and conceptually I don't mind it. I think it's a good concept, but it's not executed with either enough like pizzazz or interesting specific like details to make me really I don't know, to really like sell me on it. See me as a La Parka main. I'll bring out the I don't know, 6-string folding chair. Yeah, I mean, for sure, Father Axe Keeper, the whole license situation is a little bit like, because everything about it makes the WCW stuff feel kind of tacked on. It seems unlikely that they would have the marketing and the artwork and the cover, everything, and then like in the last minute realize that they could use those wrestlers or whatever. But so it's a little unclear. But maybe it was a matter of them not really being sure. Like maybe they didn't want to hitch the game's identity to that wagon because they weren't sure like if the Japanese audience cared. I don't know. The thing is, like, it doesn't seem, to me at least, like the presence or even emphasis on one actual real brand would, or, you know, even could harm the game. But what do I know? What do I know? Anyway, we're getting pretty lost in the sauce here, and we've got some games bonding to do. So let's not get stuck here any further. I think this is pretty cool, but it really doesn't it doesn't really rise above. I'm torn here because it's not like a bad box, but I think even 4 stars feels like it's generous. I think I'm gonna land on 3. I think if certain details of the execution had been better, it could have been 4 stars for sure. But there's just enough. Like for me, when I look at it, I feel like I get hung up on the weak parts as opposed to getting excited about like the strong parts of the cover. So I like it. It makes good use of the Japanese N64 box form factor. The logo's pretty all right. It's nice and clean and readable. It's got all these like technical, you know, certification checklist, like all that stuff. You know, it passes cleanly. But it doesn't leave me super excited or invigorated. But there we go. Thank you for that. Hope you enjoyed it. With that, let us move on
What have you got there? A box?
to Macaw 45's inevitable box art review. See what this is. All right, okay. Let's do this real quick. Back, here we go. Did I use... Oh, there... Wait, hang on. Yep, there we go. We are looking at PC Engine HuCard Volume 5. Can I make out there? Jasic Necromancer. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, Macaw 45 with the maximum annoyance strats every damn time. It's always like interesting when you're left wondering to what degree or like whether something is we got HR Giga to illustrate something, or we said fuck it, we're just gonna utterly shamelessly completely rip off his artwork to the best of our ability, because there's been some pretty unapologetic Giga rip-offs throughout pretty much the history of the entire video game industry. I feel like I should know this game, and I probably would if I saw it, but the title doesn't ring an immediate bell, and I would not be entirely shocked to learn that the cover art is not representative of what the game looks and plays like. Obviously, it's a beautiful illustration. Yeah, I would not have thought that this would be a Giger clone. It is interesting because it's got some, like, obviously in the broad strokes, you look at it like, oh yeah, it's HR Giger. Some things are a little, I guess unusual isn't the right word, but some elements feel more familiar than others. But obviously, again, in the general sense, it's Giger through and through. And it's a cool piece of art. It's, as is typical the case, I would imagine, if you commission HR Giger to do illustration, like, you know, you let him paint something and you go, damn, that's sick, and then you ship it. Like, I would not imagine there being an involved back and forth about the you know, the brief. So I would not necessarily expect that the cover is going to be representative of anything necessarily. The title of the game is Jasic Necromancer, a bland RPG with somewhat dark theme with only very minor gigerization going on. Hence the reason I haven't bothered playing it. Uno-san, konbanwa. So, I mean, the whole idea of, like, talking about how well a cover represents a game or what it means, like, it kind of, in some cases, goes out the window. Not that necessarily is a matter of how I would rate a box or not, but I enjoy being able to take that into consideration, at least. Natsukashi game ka. But yeah, I mean, obviously, what is there to say? I don't think it would be possible to get Giger to paint a cover illustration and have it not be kind of sick. So I like it. Obviously, I think it's cool, but at the same time, I'm not sure how much more I can say about it. I think as a cover, setting aside the illustration per se, typography of the logo is a little questionable. Like the not the typography per se, but like the text is, like, the color is a little weirdly hard to read. I do kind of like the, yeah, even though it's like pretty cheesy, the little, like, sort of running blood of the text. Necromancer. But it also like it you know, it really does not match the level of sophistication of the painting. I think that's the thing that's like kind of weird. Not weird, but like, you know, it's I think it sort of reveals the I was gonna say the sham. That's maybe a bit strong, but you could tell, like, you would go into this, I think I would anyway, with the suspicion that the game's not going to live up to this, because you know they can get an amazing painter to paint a cover. That's not going to mean that the game's of that quality. But I think if you have a cover layout and a logo and something else that isn't just that painting, that sort of is elevated to a similar level, you can at least have a bit more faith that other aspects of it are going to be able to, if not match it, at least like sort of keep pace to some degree with it. And I think certainly the painting is awesome. I mean, goes without saying that this passes the poster test. I think the back of the box test for this isn't so much, holy shit, this looks sick, I want to learn what this is. It's just like, oh cool, they got Giger, but what's the game? Because I wouldn't trust that this tells me anything about the game. I would have to look at screenshots or the back of the box to learn what this game is. I think between like the logo and the
McCaw's Buff Bagwell versus Jiggersla Parker when?
I'm not sure, not tonight, but thank you very much. Thank you very much for those bits. Appreciate that. Ultimately, it's an awesome painting. It's a little bit let down, but I still think it fits the format of the box really well. It's, you know, it's not put in a weird frame. The HuCard, PC Engine, Hudson branding is kind of, it is what it is. And for what it is, it's certainly less obtrusive than it could have been. I mean, compare these little logos to like the American TurboGrafx boxes. So I think all in all, it's still a 5-star box. I almost said 5-card because I just read HuCard. On the strength of the illustration alone, obviously. Under slightly more perfect circumstances, this could easily have been a 6-star Ultimate God box. But the limitation of the format and the somewhat questionable logo design, I think, hold it back just a little bit. But there you go. I guess we might have enjoyed this more than one might enjoy the game itself, which seems maybe to be expected with Giger game boxes in general. I guess I'm basing that at least on Darkseid. But anyway, there we go. So with that, let's go bonding. .007 Legends. There we go. It's over there, and it's down here. This is mission number 50. This game was the final game released in Activision's James Bond tenure. And it is a kind of it's an interesting sort of follow-up to GoldenEye, which I hadn't really thought of until recently, in that it also puts Daniel Craig in not just one but a bunch of old Bond films. 皆さん英語の理解頑張ってください。It's, yeah, as you can see, we're going back in history to all these old films, but because Daniel Craig was the current active roster James Bond, they either could not or would not put actual old Bond actors in a game. So they instead, you know, the whole framing, I guess, device for the game is that he's like in the middle of Skyfall and he's just like reminiscing about all these old missions or whatever. So the game is split up into 5/6 missions: Goldfinger, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Moonraker, License to Kill, and Die Another Day, which equates to one film per previous Bond actor. So, in case you can't quite read it, it says there in a little thing on a little circle there on the left. Instructions to unlock Skyfall mission included inside. So this game shipped with the 5 missions, and the Skyfall mission was post-launch DLC. It was free of charge, but it was not included with the game. What's up, Mendel? This was like when I first saw it, we looked at this box a little bit on a previous stream, and it says on the box like instructions to unlock free Skyfall mission. Like I wasn't really sure. It's like in the manual, so I figured there would be like a code download voucher, but I guess it probably just says in this like 2-page manual. I guess it might just say. I'm curious actually what it does say. Yeah, it's just a little thing here on the one of the 2 pages of the manual that has like description of the menus. It says free Skyfall mission will be available for download from the Xbox Live Marketplace soon after the worldwide release of Skyfall. You must be online to download, which is kind of an interesting approach. That this game came out in October of 2012. I assume Skyfall was like a holiday release. I don't know when that game, or when that film rather, opened, but it makes sense. So they obviously would have had it ready to go, but it just like wasn't available in the game because you don't want to spoil the movie with the game stuff before the film comes out. Film's released and then they add it to the game. So that's like kind of cool. But it's a little there's an aspect to this whole thing that gets really weird. We are, of course, more than a decade removed from this, and the 360 like marketplace has been shut down. But even if we didn't do this in 2025, even if we did this in 2022 when GamesBond started and the Xbox 360 store was up and running, it's we would not have any more luck, because you may be aware that digital releases of anything to do with a license in the video game world is it's a little bit iffy, and companies like Activision, EA, and others, they're not known for being overly generous, let's call it, with licensing deals and availability. But when I learned about this, I was actually kind of stunned, because as it turns out, this game was released on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 in October of 2012. The Wii U version came out in December of 2012, and I suspect the Steam version may have been around that time as well. And in February of 2013, meaning about 4 to 5 months after this game came out, it was removed from all platforms. Obviously, physical copies were available, but it was no longer sold on Steam, no longer sold on PlayStation or Xbox. And so it means that the Steam version was apparently on sale for about 2 months before being delisted, which has to be a record for that kind of thing. I have no idea what happened there. Obviously, Activision had a kind of long-running licensing deal with James Bond. They'd been putting out games for a couple of years. Is it possible that greater like Bond license was running out, and this was should have been released in 2010 or 2011 or something, and it just got delayed and they had to put it out? I mean, if that is the case, and they were like really scrambling to be able to even release the game at all before they lost the license, that would explain it being a piece of shit. If it was released in a highly unfinished state. I don't know if that's the case, but like it seems plausible. I don't know the exact timeline, but I wonder if Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 wasn't also around that time, because that was a game that was also like not well regarded at all. And I think, from my understanding, something that Activision kind of just farted out as quickly as they could, just to get something out there before whatever licensing deal they had with Tony Hawk running out 2015. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe they made a habit of that kind of thing. That's purely speculative on my part, but it seems wild to think that they had planned to put this game out and have it on sale digitally for a matter of months. Like, that seems crazy. And in light of that, it makes the whole Skyfall DLC thing even more absurd, because surely that would also mean that all of the DLC stuff would also no longer be available. There's no way. I mean, there's no way they would take it down unless they had to, and there's no way they would like be forced to take the game down but not the DLC. Like, it's the whole situation is weird. But as I mentioned earlier, I did some research and messed around a bit with the PC version yesterday. When I learned about this kind of stuff, I was just curious to see if I could grab a copy of the PC version and see maybe we should play that, because it'd be nice to actually be able to play the Skyfall mission. So I was able to get a copy of the game on PC, which does include the Skyfall mission. However, the PC port is like a real mess. The controls are super messed up. Like, it's not properly designed for mouse and keyboard. It's got horrible acceleration on the mouse. The aiming is kind of broken. It's got like mini games that are obviously designed for like multiple analog sticks and whatever. You can't rebind the controls for them. And also, the PC version does not support controller. So it just like doesn't function. And they never patched it because they just took it off sale immediately anyway. So I decided that we'll just forget about the Skyfall mission. It's technically bonus content DLC. We'll play through the other missions, and I would assume, granted, there were certainly games around this time that didn't have an ending because the ending was part of DLC. Azeroth's Wrath did that. The Prince of Persia game from 2008, I think, did that. Some other game, I forget, but like there was a couple of games that did that, and maybe that's the case here too. I don't know, but we'll have to find out. So when we finish it, we can probably look up what the Skyfall mission looks like on YouTube, but we will not be able to play it because we will be playing the console version. What's up, Lore Raider? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. How is the gameplay? We're about to find out. We'll get to that very shortly. 皆さん、褒め言葉かどうかわからないというか、まあやっぱり褒め言葉だけど、ありがとうございます。教えられるかどうかもうわからないけど、とにかくありがとうございます。Fiona the Foxy says, I know the games aren't liked, but I love Call of Duty Bonds. They're mostly alright. I've found some more than others, but they're pretty okay. I haven't despised any of them, but I got close-ish maybe on the when we went through the second GoldenEye remake. When we did GoldenEye Reloaded. It wore really, really thin. But Bottom of Solace was pretty great, and Bloodstone I thought was excellent, aside from the fact that it just like ends very abruptly. It doesn't have a proper ending. That really sucks. But I mean, that game was like as close as we ever got to another Everything or Nothing. So, you know, it's not all bad. But yeah, so this game, like, maybe based on what I had seen in like trailers, which we're gonna take a look at a trailer or two before we start playing here. I was under the impression that this was not a straight first-person shooter, but more of a first-person spectacle QTE something or other. Because I think the footage I'd seen were all of like QTE boss fights, so I got the impression that that's the game. But it does seem, in fact, to be much more of a straightforward Activision Bond first-person shooter where I guess the missions are kind of bookmarked by these more QTE spectacle fights to sort of recreate the fight scenes from the films. Let's see if we get another impression from watching a trailer or two. I have a bunch of them. They put out like trailers for each of the films, but I don't really want to watch everything. I don't want to have too much of it spoiled. But let's hang on. Do this and take a look at this trailer. All right, that's Moonraker at least. We got space rockets. Okay, I guess that's maybe On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Okay, yeah, we got the fuel tanks. Yeah, it's funny though because in this one, obviously they got some actor likenesses. In GoldenEye, you only have like Daniel Craig as Bond and Judi Dench as M, and every other character doesn't look anything like the original film.
You can't win, Bond.
But here, I think like that's interesting. They kind of didn't show his face there, but yeah, we got Jaws and like I think at least the main villains all have like the licensed likenesses. But I know at least one character who does not have their proper likeness, and there may well be others. But again, because they're all sort of shoehorned into this alternate timeline where these missions all happened, during a time frame relative to Daniel Craig being Bond actively during Skyfall, like I would assume that they're all sort of designed to be, for all intents and purposes, like contemporary, like GoldenEye was. So it's not like, Goldfinger happened back in the 80s or something. I mean, that would have been sick, but I don't think they've done even that. So, it's going to be a little bit weird with the older stuff. But then for like Die Another Day, I think it's more, kind of interchangeable. It was only a decade in between anyway. Why don't we look at the On Her Majesty's Secret Service trailer, because we watched that film this past weekend. Are we gonna get to see Daniel Craig wearing a kilt? I'm gonna guess no, but that'd be pretty good. Oh man, even this, like, obviously they have to include the plot of his, like, romance and wife or whatever, but that's like doubly weird. I mean, obviously, of course, like in the films, like continuity is kind of loose, but it's not as if that wasn't Bond in the past. But it's just, I don't know, it becomes weird. Because, obviously Daniel Craig had his own like tragic love story in Casino Royale. So for him to like have this flashback to Lazenby's tragic romance, it gets weird, right? It's like emotionally confusing. It's such a goofy thing. Rarest game you own on Steam? Like 4 days. Yeah, apparently it was up for about 2 months, which is I mean, might as well be 4 days. And I would say even then, like 2012 there hadn't been, I think, many sort of high profile delistings at that. I mean, I'm sure there would have been some. The first thing I can think of that comes to mind are like the Sega, like Outrun 2, or rather Outrun HD, whatever they called it, the Xbox Live version basically of Outrun 2 and Afterburner Climax. But I think Afterburner Climax came out, or at least I bought it, I think, in like 2010, 2011 or something. There was also the there was some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stuff, because there was that remake of Turtles in Time, but I think even before that came out, there may have been there was like the Xbox Live Arcade release of some other Konami stuff. I think the X-Men game had an XBLA release that was taken down. Double Dragon, the weird high resolution version, was a pretty early XBLA game in like 06, 07, and that had been taken down at some point. But I think nowadays, like, it's more of a given, like, it's more of an expected thing, especially if it's based on a license like this, of course. But stuff being like delisted is kind of, it's always annoying, but it doesn't always come as a surprise. But I think that wasn't as like established, or people weren't as used to it 12 years ago. So for this to like be released and then taken down that quickly, I think must have been like especially weird and jarring. But anyway, we've got a vague sense. But as you can see, like, even in those trailers, they don't really show much first-person shooter gameplay, even though they didn't show necessarily too much of that like spectacle QTE combat either. But we'll see. It doesn't immediately look like a 45 out of 100 game, but there's still plenty of opportunity for it to surprise. Let's get the timer on screen. And put up the game eventually. So when I was doing some research, the PC version has a lot of issues, so I decided against trying to play that. It's also always like tricky to even just stream PC stuff. Like, alt tabbing seemed a little bit iffy. But I'd assumed that the console version would be capped at 30 FPS. It might still be. I haven't actually gotten into the game, but the trailers, I think, were at least some footage I think saw was in 60 FPS, and like the menu is not capped at 30, I don't think. See, this is like, dude, he's in a fucking hurry. Okay. That's kind of weird. That's like, looked like it was running it. See, when I saw that on PC, I thought there was like a GPU frame rate thing that made it run too fast, but I guess it looks like that on console too. It's just, they just fast forward through the gun barrel. Which, by the way, I'm gonna go back to my spreadsheet here and just take some notes real quick. Got a tuxedo and gun barrel right at the very opening here. That's good. See, that's the interesting thing too, because even though this is a Daniel Craig Bond game, because it's this like 50th anniversary celebration thing, I would expect them to lean a little bit more into some of the more classic Bond stuff that the Craig films don't necessarily do, because you know, there's gonna be some like gadgets and shit. Like, is Q gonna be in this game? Obviously, I mean, oh my god, I was gonna say, Q of course wasn't in the Daniel Craig films until Skyfall, and I just had a weird like short circuit imagining Skyfall Q being inserted into the old films. Just this wary, so tired of Bond's shit Q, who's like 23 years old. That'd be pretty funny. So we'll see. But I did see from just starting the game to test it out that we do have Judi Dench M, and we do in fact have the return of Tanner calling Bond. So there's gonna be some real weird disconnects that I think are likely to be just as bad, if not worse, than we saw in the GoldenEye remake. See, we got like smooth frame rates, pretty nice looking models of all these villains. Sanchez. Oh, okay, we got some pretty bad tearing there. Not quite a locked 60 FPS. Stoic Craig, I'm sure. I've got Blofeld. Galore, I guess. Pretty good. Lord Goldfinger himself. Funny though, like the more of these old characters and actors they put in, like whenever someone is not, like, you know, wherever someone doesn't look right, it's gonna stand out even more. I reckon we're gonna see plenty of tutorials to have everything explained. Goldfinger, such a good movie. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I would say License to Kill, even better. Honor Majesty's Secret Service and Moonraker. Well, I can see why they're both pretty divisive. They've got enough moments to, you know, especially in a buffet sort of game like this, that you could pick stuff from them to be, you know, have some cool stuff in a video game. But it's not necessarily, and I mean, certainly Die Another Day is no one's favorite. I speculated that I guess they might have picked that one because you get like the whole ice driving stuff or whatever. Because it's not really about which film is best for something like this. You've got to pick like something that makes for a good video game bit. I can see why they wouldn't pick GoldenEye, because this is like they just basically released the GoldenEye game a couple of times. So that'd be kind of weird. But even then, like GoldenEye, it's a fun movie. But I don't know that it's got like a ton of iconic action set pieces. Like, I think The World's Not Enough is maybe the better choice. Even like Tomorrow Never Dies, maybe even, I mean, you could have the fucking Kaufman boss fight from the PS1 game. I think honestly that's probably the one I would go with. But on the other hand, like, that movie's at its best when Michelle Yeoh is involved. And if you like, it'd be really fucking weird if they have that whole thing and her character's there but it's not her. Although I guess it's still weird because then you have her interacting with stoic Daniel Craig. It's like you can't win. Yeah, GoldenEye, it's not my favorite film, but it's like top 5 watchable James Bond films. I think it's kind of silly, and which isn't always a bad thing, but I don't know, I like a lot of things about it. It is a fun and easy watch. But I don't think it's like head and shoulders the best Brosnan movie in every way. Like all things considered, I guess it's probably the best one. But I kind of like The World's Not Enough as well. I think Tomorrow Never Dies and The World's Not Enough both have like plenty of good qualities to them. But Die Another Day is just not particularly good. I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't turn anything from GoldenEye into a video game, but given that they had already done it a couple of times, I think that's an argument enough for not picking that film. If you're picking one film per Bond actor, setting aside the qualities of the film and doubly setting aside the legacy of the GoldenEye video game, I don't think GoldenEye necessarily is like the obvious choice for which film you would do. With the other choices, I think are like, even then, I don't think Die Another Day is the obvious choice for that matter. I think with Roger Moore, like, you could go any number of ways, but with Sean Connery, I think Goldfinger is a pretty safe choice. You know, you get Oddjob. Goldfinger himself, of course, is, you know, a very charismatic character, so it's not necessarily, I mean, especially if they're putting all this in a contemporary setting, I'm sure it's going to be pretty different from the film. But if you have like a very specific character or fight that you want to include, you can kind of build everything else around that, I guess. Live and Let Die, I think, is super like uneven because it's got some super sick stuff in it, but then it's also got like some kind of boring stretches, and some of the ending of it and the resolution, like Kananga is kind of a clumsy sort of villain. I don't know, but I think that's true for kind of all of Roger Moore's films. I think many Bond films are very uneven. I don't know that Roger Moore has a single film that's like actually excellent through and through. I have not yet seen The Man with the Golden Gun. I look forward to seeing that one, but like A View to a Kill is widely disliked, but I have a big soft spot for that movie because I had it as a kid, and it's the one I've maybe seen the most. But you know, I'll admit it's got some pretty big weaknesses. But I think few Bond films are straight up bad. Die Another Day gets close, and Quantum of Solace is like complete fucking nonsense. But for the most part, they're at least watchable. Anyway, play the 007 Legends story campaign. Hello there, Thunderbirdie. Welcome, welcome. Choose health system. This is such a weird prompt. Classic. The player's health does not regenerate. Collect armor and health packs to stay alive. I don't mind making this a comfy experience. I feel like I would expect this game to be not well balanced around health packs. I feel like it's a weird thing to have the option for. So we'll go with modern controls. Yeah, this is the final game in our list of 50 games that we've played. There were technically at least one, I think 2 mobile games after this, but they have not been included in the list because they are no longer available. But as far as like 3D console games, there has not been one. I mean, even the films have been in like a weird rocky spot for some time. Not to mention the landscape for like licensed IP video games has changed quite drastically in the last like 15 years. So I'm sure there's plenty of reasons. Good challenge for spies with a proven track record. All additional objectives added or optional. Okay, so it sounds like the mission structure design here is pretty similar to GoldenEye. Yeah, and just like the reloaded version of GoldenEye, but I'm referring to the Activision GoldenEye, not the Rare one. Operative is just missing the mission objectives altogether, and for the other difficulties, they are there, but they are optional. I trust that we will be able to drop it down to operative if we feel the need to do so. I hope, anyway. But in the interest of seeing the levels as designed with all the objectives, we're gonna go agent. Even though I guess maybe the game seemed to have defaulted to this one. We're gonna play on the medium difficulty level. Let's start the time.
I'm ahead of the train, Mum. What are my orders?
Eliminate Patrice. You must not get away.
No subtitles, of course. Yeah, so this is
I'm in
Skyfall.
position, Mum. Lining up a shot.
It's pretty cool. Like it looks pretty faithful.
Negative. I do not have a clear shot. They're heading towards another tunnel.
Take the bloody shot. Now.
But can she not shoot the other guy now? I guess not.
Let's get out of here. We got a plane waiting to take you to Washington.
I guess this is the framing device. Now he just is flashing back to his entire career.
Another hour to Washington, but I've got to keep an eye on the autopilot.
Goldfinger, do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die.
It's pretty goofy. Yeah, he just it's like, oh fuck, remember Goldfinger? This is like kind of how Quantum of Solace works too, by the way, where like before the final level, James Bond just flashes back to the entirety of Casino Royale. The Quantum of Solace video game. Dude, the tearing is fucking out of control. But it's actually, it's not locked 30 FPS, which I definitely would have expected. Fucking maximum Xbox 360 screen tearing, but oh well. Game sensitivity is really high, but you know, there's going to be iron sights, so we'll see. I mean, we'll tweak the controls as necessary. Jump, I guess. But we'll see once we get into actual combat. Oh, it's kind of weird that the camera did that. Oh yeah, my classic Goldfinger smartphone.
Bond here.
Morning, 007. I need an update. Did you learn anything from Goldfinger's assistant?
The girl is dead.
What?
He must have gotten wind of our investigation.
The Treasury is convinced Goldfinger is behind the rising gold prices. I want you on the next flight to his headquarters in Switzerland.
I'm on my way.
And it's like such a fucking disconnect. Alright, this is pretty good. Properly opening the credits. I love the prospect of opening credits for each of the missions. That's actually a sick thing. Like, obviously this game has the perfect sort of excuse for it. I don't think that's what we're getting though. It kind of looks like now we're in Die Another Day. We're probably just like, yeah, okay, we're getting some weird music medley here. I guess that was Sanchez. Tanner. Of course, yeah, the same thing. They put the actors and then they put the credits that look like movie credits, but they don't put the credits of any actual developers. That's pretty lame opening titles. I mean, they did them. I'll give this. I'm entering some spreadsheet data here. I'll give it half a point for theme song.
Goldfinger is smuggling gold out of the UK.
But it wasn't really a proper theme song.
The evidence we can use to arrest him and get out. Stay undercover.
I thought we were getting like a Goldfinger opening. But no, it's just the 007 Legends opening. Remember this from Goldfinger? I feel like we're gonna have to remind ourselves constantly that this is supposed to be Goldfinger.
Love you.
Thanks for the follow. Infiltrate. I don't remember Goldfinger's fleet of jet fighters. Alright, okay, we got the map, that's helpful. Good explosions. Whoa, okay, I just fell down here. I get up. Okay. Crouch. Vault. Okay, there's the auto snap from GoldenEye. Just reload? Yep. Okay, I wasn't sure if he was alive, but well, he's not anymore. What did it say? Something about Cover. Oh, I guess, yeah, okay. We're peeking out of cover. It's like GoldenEye, you can't quite maintain a crouch.
Head to your objective.
Okay, sensitivity seems a little high. It seems a little high, but it's like literally there's one lower step. Let's try.
Marker Bond.
No, we're gonna switch back. Can't turn. Oh, whatever. Alright. Looks to be you. I guess there's not going to be a lot of reason to, like, look around and explore. I have, like, a smart wall. Okay. Upgrade shop. XP challenges. That's interesting. No optional side objective so far. All Bond games had to have modern equivalent guns. I mean, I don't know that that's quite the case because I took damage from that direction. Maybe it was just an explosion. Because none of the guns, like only the Walther guns, have their actual model names. I think it's just that they just have like the whatever generic modern day gun lineup. Orca T3. I guess I changed my pistol. I don't even know how to... No, Access Reload. I don't even know how to swap weapons, but... Oh, that's not an openable door. Sprint? No. Music's pretty cool. It's like little Goldfinger sting. To remind us that we're in Goldfinger, I guess.
Interest that may provide valuable intelligence to support your current mission.
Select any organization intel. Yeah, so we got the whole like weapon attachment stuff. Why maybe? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's supposed to be a Tokarev. I guess it's the same thing here with 2 primary weapons and 1 sidearm. Means that, do I also... No, I cannot double tap to switch to the pistol. So I guess it'll always just cycle through them. It's still going to be confusing whenever we swap weapons, though. I don't know, the whole like looking for intel thing, I don't know what that means exactly. It looks like in this game, because there's some kind of like upgrade shop XP challenges, it sounds like collecting stuff. Okay, these are like achievements basically. Yeah, like for getting kills with any weapon. That's pretty good. So these will give us XP. Oh yeah, so costs, we buy stuff for XP. That's actually pretty good. So if there's like collectibles, like they can put, you know, picking stuff up in a level. Gently press LP. Oh, that's kind of interesting. It's actually analog peeking. Huh. Like there could be a purpose to like collecting things, which hasn't really been a factor in most recent games. I mean, recent as the one we've played, not released recently. Takes a while for your health to come back. Shotguns feeling pretty good. The whole camera wobbles whenever you reload. Can I go through here? Yeah, there we go. pretty good. I guess I don't want to vault over here. MI6 crates to purchase and equip attachments to your weapons. Huh? Okay, so I can go to the upgrade shop. Buy, okay, so I have 3,000 XP. I can buy a silencer for my shotguns. A capacity magazine, red dot sight. So it's like per weapon category. Wait, why is this fully purchased? Is that like a life bar for my P99 silencer? A lot of things here that are a bit confusing. I guess the money, the little dollar sign icon indicates stuff that I can afford currently. Rapid fire? Full auto. Wait, is that not a thing otherwise? So it's like rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles, and pistols, I guess. Gadgets. Already owned, okay. Locked. Already, okay, so there's nothing here we can do. Training. Oh, so these are like perks. Kind of interesting. Oh, fast reloads. Dude, the slow reloads drove me nuts in GoldenEye, so I kind of want this one, honestly. And it's, of course, gonna, like, help with every weapon. Move faster while making less noise. In and out of ADS faster. Rapid health recovery. So, these all sound like it's gonna make the game more comfortable to play. So let's save up our XP for some of these. Oh. That was shot right in the back. This guy. The like damage indicators with the red screen borders aren't quite as they're a little more subtle, I guess, than they were in the GoldenEye remake. Kind of like have to pay attention a little bit. They got a little hack prompt. Use a smartphone's electromagnetic filter to find and hack unprotected Wi-Fi something or other. Okay, smartphone. I can actually aim. I don't get... How do I... Weapon! I thought I could hack in peace. How do I hack? How do I hack? Ugh! How do I... Weapon! Can't even see where these guys are shooting me from, but... Won't just, like, open the door. I kill that guy. Okay, let's try this again. I can just swap vision mode. Oh, there we go. Hold X to hack.
Match the modulating frequencies displayed on your smartphone to hack into the device.
Yeah, so this is the stuff that was like on the PC version. You have to do that with like keyboard keys that you can't remap, and it's kind of awful. Not great with the triggers, but at least it works as designed. Okay. I just sliced up a plane with laser beams. I like, by the way, that according to our mission objectives, we're infiltrating Orc Enterprises. I'm sure he will have no idea that we're here. Whatever. Can I I guess in this version,
When your enemies are preoccupied or unaware of your presence, you can pass them by using stealth techniques.
sure, we'll watch the stealth tutorial.
The white marker indicates that the enemy is becoming aware of your presence. A yellow marker indicates the enemy is becoming suspicious. If an enemy notices something suspicious, they will move to investigate it. A red marker indicates that the enemy has found you. Enemies will react to any noises you make. Remain as quiet as you can to avoid attracting attention. When your enemies are preoccupied or unaware of your presence, you can pass them by using stealth techniques. Remain out of sight by using cover or shadows. Use a silenced weapon when engaging the enemy to maintain your cover. Use shadows to your advantage. It will take longer for an enemy to identify you when you're in shadow.
Keeping our silenced pistol would have helped. The bonker. We'll see, we only just started.
Engage your enemies in direct combat. Make sure you have adequate firepower and ammunition. Loud gunfire and explosions will alert the enemy, and reinforcements will be dispatched to engage you.
Just the whole like alert mechanic does sound like it's a lot.
The bodies of eliminated or subdued enemies will remain wherever they fall. They can be seen by other enemies.
Oh, interesting. This is new.
An enemy will become suspicious if they see a body. They will investigate, and when they get close, the body will set off an alarm.
Huh.
If a camera operator sees a body, they will also set off an alarm. When eliminating or subduing an enemy, try to do it in a location where the body won't be noticed.
I was gonna say the whole stealth mechanic sounds a lot refined compared to the GoldenEye remake, where I was very frustrated with the way it functions. So when we first saw this tutorial, I was like, oh, we actually get a little meter to tell us when they're about to see us. That's good. But I guess there's actually a lot more to it. But we'll see how it actually functions.
Bond, there is a motion tracking radar built into your wristwatch. Use it to identify the location of your enemies.
Cool, so there's like a little bit more visible on that little actual watch face. Just populate the radar. Wrong button. Okay, never mind. Fuck, I forgot to switch weapons. Oh, this is going great. Oops. Maybe they'll just forget about me. Ah, fucking sensitivity. That's not the weapon I want. Oh my god, the auto lock on is a little yeah, I see. So in GoldenEye, once this edge of the screen like start turning red, that means you're about to die. But here I guess that means you have just taken a bit of damage, and when it starts going blurry, that's when you're kind of on low health. Whatever. Well, wait, do I have a objective marker? Well, we'll stealth it better next time. Oh, let's not drop down just there. Okay, no, we're good. Gather evidence of gold smuggling. All right. For a second, I read it as golf smuggling. Would be quite something. Yeah, I mean, Bond's pretty good, you know, he'll be okay. The whole alarm situation's not that big a deal. Smartphone filters.
Bond to MI6. I've got the evidence.
Bond, be on the watch for additional photographic evidence.
Yeah, compared to how easy stuff like this is to miss, because, well, I guess this is maybe not an optional objective, because I don't know what else I would do.
Transmitting now.
We've received your
This
transmission.
is, what are we taking pictures
While
of,
we
actually?
analyze the data, you should check the area for more evidence.
So I get a little phone thing. I would assume that that means that there's like some hacking opportunity nearby. Now the icon's not there. Whatever. Move on. Of course. Point, please.
Bond, your smartphone is detecting biotoxic gas. We've upgraded the phone's operating system with a biometric filter. Use this function to analyze and track the gas.
Alright, we got a Batman detective mode this. Oh, I had to hold a button. Okay, of course. Nerve gas. Can I let go? No?
Be
Okay.
careful. That's deadly nerve gas. Any exposure will kill you.
Well, I guess I'll better keep it visible then. Just trust that there aren't enemies around, I suppose. I can't use my phone and guns at the same time.
Ling, I need the final loading weights on the canisters.
I've told you before. I don't work for you. I work for Goldfinger. If you've got a problem, bring it up with him.
You've got 30 minutes.
Bond to MI6. I think there's more to Goldfinger's operation than we thought. I'm going to investigate.
But M said,
Negative, Bond. I will not allow you to jeopardize this investigation by being reckless. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly. I won't be reckless.
What? Nope. Did I trigger an alarm or did I avoid it? What am I... Hold X to pick up. What? Pussy Galore bio part collected. What am I doing? All of the gas... Oh, wait. Still doing that, huh? Going here? There's just like little pops of gas here and there. It wasn't like a super clear trail. Okay. Oh, there's gas. Well, okay. The cutscene camera gave me a little jerky, right? Biohazard tubes.
Bond to MI6. Goldfinger's got enough nerve gas to take out half of London.
Make sure this has been packaged securely. I
Hold
want
on.
you to double check the
He's
canisters
just walked
personally.
into view.
Yes, sir.
I'm tired of Ling ignoring me. You change the weight of those canisters, my pilots are in danger. The deal is off.
Pussy. My darling Pussy. Your pilots are well paid. Mr. Ling knows what he's doing. Operation Grand Slam will proceed with or without you. Now let's get back to work. All of you.
There's...
Bond, go after that girl. I want to know everything there is to know about Operation Grand Slam.
Will do. Bond out.
like some collectible bio
Bond,
data.
You must avoid detection at all cost. If the enemy raises the alarm, you'll fail your mission.
Not allowed to open fire in this area. Goldfinger biopart collected. I look up my collected bioparts. Okay, we actually see there's secondary objectives, plant tracking bugs. So I assume we get like extra XP if we do the secondary objectives. They are specifically mentioned as being optional. Well, the top one is always, I guess, like the main sort of goal of the level, which isn't necessarily something you're actively doing so much as like what the level is sort of about, and then this, if there's something else beyond that, that's like your more immediate concern. So I can actually access the shop whenever, I guess. I don't need the MI6 crates to enter the shop, just for swapping attachments. I guess also we did it. I forgot we actually had 3,000 back then. I've only got another 100 XP, but that means we could have. We don't need to actually save up. More accurately snap your aim to nearby enemies. Let's get speed loader. Equip. Oh yeah, I think if I go back, yeah, so we can equip 3 of the training modules at a time. Now, obviously, right this moment, this one isn't going to help us at all, but as soon as we actually have to use guns, it will. So I'm assuming the tracking bugs are going to be some kind of
objectives associated with the main mission.
Context-sensitive button prompt. So can I plant it on what rock? Oh yeah, so the other thing, by the way, that I forgot to mention about the stealth thing is... Oh, there we go. So, enemies being able to find bodies. In the other games, typically, enemy bodies phase out of existence, like, instantly. That's never a factor. That's kind of an interesting change, actually. That was very basic, but it got us 500 XP. So I think that's an awesome change. Actually, like, having something, like an actual reason to both, like, hunt for collectibles or do achievements or extra objectives. That's actually a pretty sensible, good, like, addition to the formula. The tutorial did not mention anything about moving bodies. In fact, it made it quite clear that you should avoid creating bodies in bad spots.
Can I help you?
I want to know what you're up to with Goldfinger.
That's none of your business.
It became my business when Goldfinger's assistant turned up in a hotel room dead, painted gold.
Jill.
Right, that happened.
What is Goldfinger doing with a shipment of nerve gas?
I don't know. I don't know anything about nerve gas.
Where does Goldfinger have the plans for Operation Grand Slam?
In his office.
Take me there, now.
Okay.
His voice just
Stay
changed.
behind me. If anybody asks, I'll do the talking.
And come back to crouch. Alright, we can stand up. It's a little less suspicious. I like this. We're getting a little bit of story adventure type stuff. That's always a welcome addition in Bond games. Not have it be pure action. Level of detail model.
Well,
look at her
as you
hand.
seem to know so much about me. I just hope you know what you're up against with Goldfinger. If I had to choose,
Whoa.
I'd bet on him, not you. I hope you know what you're doing.
Lip sync and animation is a little questionable, but the characters look good. Controls are not great. Like, the PC version is extra fucked because it has like crazy mouse acceleration, but it doesn't feel great. Like, I guess I need one of those like super extendo esports analog stick things for like more sensitive input. Because like, yeah, you can move it slow if you move it slowly, but if you like, it takes very little to move really fast. which is like, you know, that's cool for that to be sort of an option or a possibility. But we're playing with literally the second to lowest possible sensitivity, and it's still doing that.
Who is this?
Oh, this is...
Melee basic controls. Alright, so we're in fucking punch-out mode. I mean, I guess that's the thing. That's the one thing I had kind of seen when I talked about this, like, first-person fight. Like, I said QTE things before, but I guess the impression I had is more that it's going to be something like this, I guess. First-person fist fighting controls. Left and right to attack, left, right, and high-low. Use L and R to dodge enemy attacks. Always attack the exposed area where the enemy's not defend. You're not doing a good job of explaining anything, game. Left, right, and high-low. So one of these sticks in one direction is going to be either left or right or high or low, or maybe some combination thereof. How could you possibly explain this worse? Like, is either stick controlling either fist? Is it like Fight Night? Am I supposed to do motions? Do I click? Like, do I use the left stick up or down for high or low to the left and right side? Maybe? I mean, I'll just... Yeah, and then it says LT and RT to dodge. Like, do they do anything different? Do they dodge in different direction? Do it, like... Okay, I guess we get prompts. Sound design is pretty funny. If it's gonna be, you know, telegraphed like this, you know, okay, simple enough. Which is also, you know, if I didn't get the tutorial screen, just seeing that would have been kind of more.
By the way, I didn't catch your...
James Bond.
James Bond. He didn't even say the proper line. It was like more confusing because of the instructions. That's always a great sign.
All his money, Goldfinger could provide decent food.
I don't know. Did you try the penne arrabbiata? It was terrific. Oddjob turned me onto it. And believe me, he knows food.
Oh, did you hear what happened the other day when they served his eggs too soft?
If you want to get past those guys, you'll have to figure out a way to distract them.
Oh, I thought I was waiting for you.
Remember that you can create a distraction by aiming the laser in your wristwatch at certain kinds of acoustic devices.
And a full plate of food.
Acoustic devices. What's in a speaker? Oh.
Something's funny. I'm going to check it out.
Laser that only works on speakers. Do I melt this one? Like, started looking my way. I guess there's nothing over there. Laser beam isn't suspicious or anything. Well, we got an achievement. Still says to follow her. Is she gonna... You're gonna confirm that the guards are sufficiently rather distracted? Oh. Guess I was meant to do this. Then he'll look at it and I can knock him out or something. The whole scenario, it was not quite super clearly explained. Do I like do that? Like, did it just triggers? No, I like melted it. Okay, the audio cues are unclear there for the alert status, but we'll figure it out.
Did you go to the canteen for dinner?
By the way, I didn't catch your...
James Bond.
No, I never ate there.
Pretty funny. Didn't catch your James Bond.
You'd think that for all his money, Goldfinger could provide decent
So if I
food.
melt this, the one guy like leaves.
It was terrific. Oddjob turned me onto it.
If you want to get past those guys, you'll have to figure out a way to distract them.
Bond, remember that you can create a distraction by aiming the laser in your wristwatch.
I'll do that,
at certain
and then
kinds of
I guess I'll
acoustic
just
devices.
start following him right away. Okay, yeah, the other guy just like left through some... Went out of bounds to that door, I guess, so... Obviously, not difficult, but just like... The scenario that the game envisioned for me to get through that was not really communicated super clearly. But at least we had a checkpoint.
Use the biometric filter on your smartphone to identify the pattern required to unlock the touch-sensitive key panel.
Oh, that's like something else. This is... Or, wait. Open this first to go to the MI6 shop. I don't have anything. I guess I can unequip my silencer if I wanted to, but we're good with that. Did get some extra points here, but we'll save our cash for later. All right, vision mode. This is a little obnoxious, honestly. So I guess the intensity of the glow.
Bond, use the biometric filter on your smartphone to identify the pattern required to unlock the
Oh my god,
touch-sensitive
it's like fully analog movement. It's not like snapping with the D-pad. I have to like actually aim the finger, and the highlight is just showing what button it'll actually push. Alright, okay. Okay, this is at least a little bit reminiscent of the film.
May be hiding important items in this room. See if you can find anything of interest.
Oh, like the fact that it's like in the film, it's like he's dealing with like cars or something, but the actual location is his like horse farm or whatever, right? Not what it's called, but so why they're just like changing everything for the sake of changing it, just like they did in GoldenEye. It's so strange.
Maybe you can look for fingerprints that will give you a clue to its location.
But at least, you know, you get a little bit of sort of set design and music stuff and what have you to give you a little bit of a kind of classic historical vibe of some kind. But it's doing more to evoke the original film in question than GoldenEye did, that's for sure. A little purple spot there, but let's see if there's anything over in this. But this, yeah, this is straight up like, I was kind of making the joke before, but no, this is pretty much just Batman detective mode. Of course, this game came out after Arkham City. Here. Make them match up. Guess so.
James, I swear I didn't know about the nerve gas. I thought we were just going to knock the soldiers out. I didn't agree to kill anyone.
What soldiers? Where?
The United States. Kentucky. That's all I knew.
Did I just make accidental progress?
Of course. Fort Knox.
I wanted to scan the thing behind the desk. I didn't realize this would trigger this whole thing.
Who are you calling?
A friend. Felix Leiter at the CIA.
Felix Leiter's in this game. At least mentioned. Ah, Goldfinger, please. I just want to scan your
Thank God you're here.
office.
He forced me to bring him up to your office.
Yes, I saw. We meet again, Mr. Bond. I thought you would have taken the hint in Miami. I'm not a man to be trifled with. I'll deal with you later. You'll deal with Bond now.
But this is still pretty cool. Like, I mean, it does so much. Like, just having the characters, it feels a lot better than GoldenEye, or yeah, GoldenEye did. Like, you never felt like you were in GoldenEye. This, you know, it kind of makes you feel a little bit like you're playing scenes from Goldfinger. I kind of dig it. Is this really the last James Bond game? The last game on the list, we have one more bonus game after this, which is the XBLA remake of Rare's GoldenEye, which we will be playing after this. But the proper ultimate finale of James Bond will be happening in January, once we've compiled all the data to do the proper official Bond game ranking and all that stuff. But yes, this is indeed mission 50 out of 50. And yeah, because we're Daniel Craig, like, it's kind of a floating timeline, I suppose, which, you know, is how it would work with a film series lasting for 50, 60 years. But it's a little bit ambiguous, for sure. But that's the thing, like, because they do that, like, you can't... I mean, it would be very funny if Daniel Craig had a flashback to when he was Sean Connery in the 60s. But of course, like, that's, you know, it would... It's the whole framing device for the game is rather silly. So the game opened, if you didn't see it, with the I think it's basically the opening scene of Skyfall, when he is like fighting on top of a train, and I think it's Moneypenny, right, who's meant to like shoot the guy he's fighting, but she doesn't have a clear shot, but she's ordered to take the shot anyway. So she shoots Bond, he falls into a river and collapses and whatever. And in this game, he's like, oh, starts hallucinating about Goldfinger. So now Bond, while passed out from the opening of Skyfall, will reminisce about 5 old James Bond films before, I don't know, regaining consciousness and doing a little bit of Skyfall at the end. Which is very funny. It's like, dude, you can just make a game where you play Bond movies. You don't have to, like... I'm sure there's some degree of, like, license regulations that sort of, I would assume, because I don't think the GoldenEye game was received all that well necessarily. Certainly the whole Daniel Craig, I don't think anyone was excited to like, oh, it's so cool that we can be Daniel Craig in GoldenEye or whatever, especially because it's not recognizable as GoldenEye anyway. I would have to imagine that the developers would have much rather have recreated the films authentically, including the period setting and the likenesses and the fashions and whatever else. But I would imagine that it was probably a license thing where, you know, Eon didn't want anyone else portraying Bond. I mean, that's just a guess. I don't know. But this feels like a way for them to kind of work around it. Because I think you could very easily do a game like this without any particular framing device and just have it be like a greatest hits medley of James Bond action. Now, obviously, you know, they would still be in a, you know, maybe awkward spot if they had like the likenesses and whatever, because they couldn't realistically have the voice performances of the different actors. It would have been fucking incredible if they did, but I mean, when Sean Connery did the voiceover for From Russia with Love in 2005, he sounds about 200 years old. I don't remember when he passed, but I'm sure he would not have been available to do it in 2011, 2012. And even if it was, it wouldn't sound good. So, you know, for at least some of these actors, I reckon, and I mean, Roger Moore famously is older than Sean Connery, right? So he would not have been able to deliver a very good Roger Moore James Bond performance either, I'm pretty sure. You know, they can get Craig Brosnan, probably Timothy Dalton, but like at that point you might as well get some kind of sound-alike to do the voices, which honestly I think could work just fine. And that would have been cool, but undeniably it does come with its own set of challenges and problems. So I'll gladly cut them a little bit of slack for not attempting that. But at the end of the day, like it's still a little weird. Frankly, I think it would have been much more fun to just transpose Daniel Craig into like the 60s. Like, don't have Judi Dench as M and Tanner. Like, have, you know, I mean, first of all, you wouldn't need like the constant cell phone radio communication with M, which isn't really a thing in the modern films either, for that matter. But, you know, have a Bernard Lee sound alike deliver a mission briefing as original M. Like, that'd be sick. Even if it's to Daniel Craig. Like, put Daniel Craig in. Like I said, when we get to On Her Majesty's Secret Service, are we going to get Daniel Craig in a kilt? Probably not, but it would be sick, right? That's the kind of stuff you want to see. So the fact that they kind of fudge things around to make them like more cohesive with the Daniel Craig films, I think is probably the weakest part of this whole sort of concept. Anyway, I guess we're gonna fight Oddjob. Some such. I was gonna scan that. That's pretty cool. Exciting stunts. This, I mean, this is pretty sick. At least this is like fun and cool. They didn't do fun, cool shit like this in the GoldenEye game. I saw a cell phone thing, but maybe that was still a leftover thing from the room up there. I think we don't have to worry about stealth. That's not a good weapon though. .47 might be helpful. I don't even know when the sniper rifle would have been. About to die. I get that you do actually see enemies on the map. Cover a little bit. Okay. Not really, but okay, let me crouch down here. Like, the cover is not really, I'm sticking up quite far above this cover here. Seem a little hanky necessarily, but they don't go down quite as quickly as I would like. And I did have that slight annoyance with GoldenEye. The sensitivity. Alright, let's just get out of here. You can sprint like 2 feet. A boring Daniel Craig Bond outfit.
Start the engine. Drive back to the complex.
If you insist. You might want to fasten your seatbelt. I'd hate to lose a passenger.
Worry about yourself.
Of course, I'm going to put this in the game. Pretty good. We got car gadgets in the game. It's, you know, I haven't seen too much of that. Of course, we gotta be captured. We literally saw in the flashback Bond hallucinating about Goldfinger expecting him to die. So, you know, of course, we're gonna get this scene. Which, I mean, of course, gotta.
This is gold, Mr. Bond. All of my life, I've been in love with its color, its brilliance, its divine heaviness.
I think you made your point, Goldfinger. Thank you for the demonstration.
I work in any enterprise that will increase the value of my holdings. And I do not intend to let you or MI6 interfere with me.
Goldfinger, do you expect me to talk?
No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die.
You're forgetting one thing. If I don't call in, MI6 will send 008 to replace me. They know what I know.
You know nothing, Mr. Bond.
What about Operation Grand Slam?
2 words you may have overheard, which cannot possibly have any significance to you or anyone in your organization.
Can you afford to take the chance?
pretty fun, like having these little more like this is the kind of stuff. Accuracy trial. Yeah, that's interesting. So we get like qualifying on specific types of trials. That's kind of cool. Let me catch up with chat for a moment. Yeah, the Aston Martin toy car with the ejector seats and the like gadget stuff, like that was a classic. I didn't have that one, but I remember visiting someone at some point in my young childhood who had that toy. What am I drinking? I'm drinking what purports to be iced tea, according to the label. But it's basically... I was gonna say sugar water. I think it's sugar-free, but it might as well be. But yeah, like, I can see the story stuff, like, there's actually stats of, like, bonus targets shot? I wonder if that's, like, the Janus targets, like the Resident Evil style hidden emblems to shoot. I'm gonna guess it's something like that. So you have the intel. Yeah, there's a ton of intel that we actually missed. Because I've been kind of conditioned to not bother looking for stuff. When we first started playing these games, I went through a lot of... I've been keeping, like, looking around nooks and crannies for collectibles and secrets, but it's like most of the games don't have anything like that. So it's a little refreshing to see, like, oh shit, this game actually does. And then we have, like, accuracy, target, stealth trial. So the game actually has, like, fairly concrete objectives and reasons for you to actually play and replay. So on that level, that's actually kind of cool. But I was going to say, like, the story emphasis, the cutscene stuff, like, I can see it being a little arduous to, like, replay for that stuff, even though I would imagine that it's hopefully at least skippable. But for kind of a sightseeing experience like we're kind of going through, I think this is, like, pretty sick. I'm enjoying this. Like, you know, I'm having a little bit of a struggle with the controls, like sometimes swapping with the gadgets. Like, if we think about the scope of this level, especially if we take into account that we immediately fucked up the major stealth section, there wasn't that much shooting. There wasn't, like, that many shootouts. So, like, a fairly sizable chunk of that level was, like, doing a bunch of smartphone shit. And that can get a little obnoxious, a little tedious. But I'm just, like, kind of viewing this experience through the lens of, like, trying to piece together what led this game to get a review aggregate score of, like, 46 or whatever it was at. 45. Because it doesn't seem clear so far. In fact, I'm mostly seeing improvements to the structure and formula compared to GoldenEye Reloaded. Even if... yeah, the aiming and controls seem a little strange. Oh yeah, I should update the spreadsheet with some stuff. Let me pause as soon as we get the opportunity to do so.
Welcome to Fort Knox, Mr. Bond. The pilot has turned off the seatbelt sign, and her pilots have dropped nerve gas on all the American troops. Now follow me.
The change of clothes, that's pretty cool. You would expect all the, like, side characters to only have one outfit. Actually, let me pause right now. There's no skip button. Ooh, yikes. I mean, I don't know, maybe this isn't quite fully cutscene, but I guess, like, if this isn't skippable, then I don't think anything we saw in the previous level would have been either. And that's going to make it a real chore to replay stuff. Not that I'm going to in this instance anyway, but just, like, in terms of enjoyment of the game. And I could actually really see that getting in the way. If you wanted to, like, replay... like, GoldenEye and the N64 obviously has, like, the speedrun targets and everything. Or even, like, Nightfire with the collectibles and the score system and everything or nothing where you want to get the Bond moments. Like, anything like that where you're incentivized to replay something. Everything they would do to, like, obstruct that cycle of trying and retrying is gonna get incredibly frustrating very quickly. Let me just update some stuff here. Fisticuffs, yes. Gadgets, yes. Driving car, we didn't actually even see him drive car, but I'm sure that's going to be more of a thing. Car gadgets, yes, we actually see that. Stunts, I think we might as well count the big leap off of the suspended airplanes, but I'm sure we'll see more elaborate stunts anyway. Globe trotting, I might as well fill it out. We've traveled to Switzerland, that's close enough, but we're going to go to more places. M is in this game. We'll do that for now. I know you're not seeing this on screen, by the way. I'm just going to fill this out real quick. You have no idea what I'm doing. This will make sense at the end of the game. But I'm charting the presence of Bond staples in all these games to see how well they're represented. And I found that trying to do this after finishing the game makes it kind of difficult to try to remember everything that happened in the game. So that's why I've started trying to fill this out as I play the game, as I come across these things. So we've already got a villain speech. Not quite a villain's lair, but we're probably going to get one of those sooner or later. He did introduce himself as Bond, but not with the classic phrase, so no points for that just yet. Yeah, you can look at the spreadsheet. I'm updating it in real time here on the Bond quotient tab, if you're curious. All right, I think we're pretty much up to speed there. All right, sorry for that interruption. Let's continue.
I have to admire your determination, Goldfinger. All this to steal the gold.
Don't be silly, Mr. Bond. I thought you had more imagination than that. I'm going to irradiate the gold with a nuclear weapon. Nobody will be able to touch it for a century.
And the value of your holdings will skyrocket.
Exactly, Mr. Bond. But alas, you won't be alive to see it. Bring him ahead. Handcuff him to the bomb.
I like this. Like, there's a pretty elaborate scene here with all this environment and like the animation of like them walking around and talking and everything.
Freeze! CIA, get your hands in the air!
Well, I guess we might be getting gameplay here. I was going to say for something that's like essentially a cinematic. Like tap him on the back. It doesn't feel like it's a sort of a low-budget, unfinished, rushed game. Like, presentation of all this shit is pretty elaborate.
Are you okay? Let's get you out of here.
I'm honestly pretty impressed.
Come on, James, let's move it.
Felix, I'm going after the bomb.
Oh, is that Felix Leiter? Oh my god, I took damage before I gained control. Breach into Fort Knox. Eliminate the RPG gunners. Escort.
RPG, take cover!
Wait for air support. Oh. That object. I for some reason read that as wave completed. I was like, shit, we're in some kind of horde mode now? Objective completed. Breach into Fort Knox. I haven't quite breached into Fort Knox yet, but... For my like 2 seconds of testing, I figured the PC version would have been so awkward to play. And I'm not convinced this is all that much better. I mean, it is better, because you do get the auto-aim snapping. That's not in the PC version. That definitely helps a lot. And there's a bunch of other reasons as well with like alt tabbing not quite functioning and stuff like that, which could tremendously ruin things. Alright, he's fine. That? Yeah, I get the little phone icon on the right there. I would presume to mean that I'm like, I can use my phone to do something? But what? What's our objective? Lower the barriers. Lower the second set of barriers? Oh, these barriers. Do that here, maybe? Am I supposed to hack something? Oh, well, here's a... No, never mind. This is just set dressing. This wasn't a collectible manila envelope. What are you doing? Do I, like, interact with this thing? Is this a lever? Like fucking concrete? No, doesn't look like it. I looked at this little guardhouse to see if I could do something, but it doesn't seem like it. Guys can hold. So I got the little smartphone thing here. Oh wait, I guess this is the second set of barriers. Can't pop out of this cover for some reason. Okay, let's. Huh. Hold X to hack. I guess I'm supposed to be. What's that? Okay, we got it. Can I get a weapon, please? It's pretty nice that it's quite forgiving. What did it say? Eliminate Goldfinger's laser using RPG rockets to gain access to the main building. Cool. I mean, I think this actually kind of, this gives a pretty accurate sort of feeling to this type of, like, this type of action scene is quite typical for like a climax of a Bond movie, right? You have Bond alongside a bunch of friendly, you know, agents or soldiers or what have you. Oh, did I drop both my weapons? No, I got, well, I got... So where do I find rockets is the question here. Maybe over here? Oh, rockets. I mean, I don't know if I hit the thing. Hang on. I hack something in here? Okay, I hit it. Objective completed. Breach into Fort Knox. No, that's not true. Maybe it means that because we completed our objective, now we can breach into Fort Knox. I don't know. It's very confusing the way it's phrased. Okay. All right. Oh, he fell off, as he should. That's good. But yeah, like the whole like fighting alongside the friendly dudes against the bad guys, goons. We've seen it in games. It's not like super remarkable and brand new experience, but I think it's done well here. A whole pile of weapons here.
So who tipped you off?
Your friend, Pussy Galore. She helped us switch out the nerve gas for oxygen.
Good. All that's left is a nuclear bomb.
Here, You may need this. On 3. Go!
Sounds good. Yeah, it's pretty alright. What if I just wait in the corner? I'm pretty sure mission isn't gonna James Bond itself. Hidden biography information for me here? No, I guess not. Here, there'd be something in here, but oh well. Never mind. I'm catching up, fellas. Hold X to collect grenades. In general? Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's good. Grenades were in GoldenEye, but only in multiplayer. Here we actually get to use them. Okay, yeah, I don't think these guys are gonna clear any mission without me. Lead to the elevator. Not a great question for this, I feel like. I got him. Alright, I'm gonna proceed to the elevator. You guys take care of the rest. Oh my god. I'm being shot at from all kinds of directions. Are you serious? Alright, you can take a fair bit of screen blurring before you actually start dying. I guess I have to escort Felix Leiter. But he is making his way over here. Or whatever the fuck he's going. Eliminate any resistance. Okay. You have to do that also. So yeah, we're playing with the modern health system option. The game does give you the option of playing without regenerative health.
Let's go.
Where there apparently is like health pickups instead. I'm like vaguely curious how that would work, like how the levels are designed to account for that. But I reckon it's going to be way more annoying. In the previous game, GoldenEye Reloaded, there's a bonus unlockable extra difficulty that's called 007 Classic, which is, it's like Ultra Nightmare in Modern Doom, where it's like an extra difficult version of the top difficulty level that also does not have regenerative health. But here it's a separate option divorced from the difficulty setting, which I found interesting. But I don't trust that the game's going to be balanced or well designed around it, so I'd rather go with the more painless option. Let's go to the upgrade shop. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of points for clearing the previous level. Recovery, like I'm all for like picking stuff that just kind of makes it less, that reduces like frustration and annoyance. Greater resistance to explosive blast damage. That's interesting. So we can only have 3 of these at once. So I feel like we could buy some of these and then like never really want to like bother using them. Although I'm sure like some of this, like moving faster while making less noise, I guess you would equip this when you're in a stealth section. But I wouldn't bother, I think, going into the menu to change this stuff very often. So we'll get rapid health recovery. We're gonna definitely want health boost sooner or later, but we haven't taken I was gonna say a single. We technically did take a death because we fucked up the alarm distraction bit, but more accurately snap to nearby enemies. I wonder what they mean by more accurate. I wonder if that means that you can snap from further away, or if they'll snap you to a better, like, to their head instead of center of mass or something. We'll try that. We're gonna earn points. Like, I'm not really, like, the pen dark stuff, I'm sure we're just gonna get this. We have all this anyway. I don't know what the little white thing underneath it is, if it's like level, or like maybe we can upgrade it or something. Like the attachment stuff. I guess like rate of fire is pretty good. High capacity magazine, not bad, but like some of this stuff, I guess being able to have the silencer for stuff for like stealth sections. I wouldn't say that all this stuff is not useful, but it doesn't feel like we're handicapped without it. Forgot to equip. Locate the facility's power supply and eliminate any resistance in the loading bay. Yeah, I should hydrate. Gotta wait for these guys. James Bond cannot be trusted to open a door by himself. I think I may have shot Felix Leiter in the back of the head. Okay.
Target spotted.
Oh, okay, well. I noticed that I'm like following them. Like just holding down the trigger makes you track them, but I'm not sure if that was something that happened because of that upgrade or not. But that is a actually that would be a thing that makes the lock-on more effective. Oiliest crate you've ever seen. All right, so we trade this for one that has a reflex sight. This feels like the level is like not going to be that much longer, but we still haven't gotten any like side objectives or any hidden collectibles or anything. Oh, man. He keeps like, if I look away, there's this arrow that points to him. I always get confused, but in this case, it actually turned out I was supposed to go to him, I guess. I think there's a guy there behind the door. Cool. Sped up animation there. Can I hit this guy? Subdues challenge completed. I like this little challenge system for sure.
Target spotted.
Felix Leiter has not been in many games, but it's especially cool to get to like fight alongside him like this. I don't remember if that's a thing in the film, but
Take them out.
he's in the Quantum of Solace game naturally. I don't remember, like I think he's in Living Daylights, the film, and I'm not sure if he was in the game. Probably not. The way that game's structured. Yeah, there's a lot of grenades and stuff. Probably try to remember to use them.
Target ahead. Don't let them escape. Target targets ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful. You just like you aim down sights and you know whether the camera just whips around to lock you onto an enemy you didn't even see. But it works well. It makes for a nice, smooth, convenient play. Looks like they might hide some collectible. Unless? Nope. Alright. Those guys can keep busy. We'll go over here, I guess. Honestly, for being this kind of level, this is actually not particularly unfaithful to the film, really, as far as like making a video game level out of this sequence. It's not quite like this, obviously, but you know, unlike everything we saw in the GoldenEye game, the vibe of the scene and like the location, it doesn't feel like they went out of their way to change everything about it like in that game. It's not like fully authentic, of course, visually or tonally, but I think it gets the broad strokes right enough for it to feel sufficiently reminiscent of it anyway. Which isn't to say I wouldn't have preferred it to be more, you know, period accurate.
Stand back.
Oh, maybe this was a stealth room, I don't know.
James, I'm gonna cut the power.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. Maybe like X-ray vision or something. Oh wait, protect. But I can't hear shit. Yes, reload. I'm so glad I got that. I like the guy vaulted over, got shot, tried to immediately vault back, just get killed. That's like the most satisfying thing in the GoldenEye remake. Killing dudes while they're like locked into their vaulting animation, which honestly is one of the more faithful elements, you know, to the Rare game, where enemies have like all kinds of long animations where they get locked into it and you just shoot them. What's up, Doom Noob? Yes, we're in mission 50 out of 50. Probably going to be a couple of streams before we're done with it, of course, but we're approaching the end. Use the overload program to shut down the power at your location. Use the L to select the L. Left stick to select the disk. A to rotate the selected disk. Match colors between all the disks to overload the grid. One of these things where you read the instructions, you don't really understand it when you try to do it. Wait a minute. I see. This one has to be all blue, so this one has to be blue on the left. They have to be like all glowy, yes. It's actually kind of a halfway interesting puzzle. I guess the outer corners don't have to... Ah, I see, okay. I just noticed right as I finished it, there's a little dot in between each of them. Oh, well, here's night vision. Not sure what I got an achievement for, but... matter. Intercept the bomb, what it said, right? Okay. Just fucking jump onto the cable. All right. Oh yeah, I forgot to say that when we did the whole like fight escape sequence at the end of the previous level.
I'll go first. Cover me.
It did remind me of the elaborate over embellishments of the From Russia with Love game, where there's like a super elaborate mega final boss against Red at the end of the game, where he's got like a giant fucking spider mech or some shit. I think we can survive this. Oh yeah, I have grenades. Okay, let's try one of these. It still takes like 4.5 seconds to fucking throw grenades like in GoldenEye. see shit. Okay. The grenades might be pretty useless. My other weapon. Right. We're clearing out this area? Is that what we're doing? Guess I'm following him. For collectibles.
James, you go this way. I'll double back and take the service staircase.
Okay, let's split up. Gonna keep being pretty satisfying. I do wonder if there's some collectible stuff related to these like mysterious little phone indicators that I didn't really understand what to do with, but I'm not really gonna, like, I don't really care that much, I guess. Like, we're gonna finish the game, and I'm not gonna like go back for collectibles or anything like aiming. Game was not on the Wii, but it was on the Wii U. Game came out in late 2012. Am I going? I'm just following the marker. I'm like, I have no sense of where I am or where I'm going. So that dropped my shotgun. I think I'd rather keep that, but I guess I'd rather keep this anyway. Up Taco. Yeah, the the shotgun's made pretty similar to GoldenEye. Okay, flop around pretty satisfyingly. Oh no, you don't. Little shotgun duel. Nope, that's right. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, we didn't even like learn the dodging. But it's funny because it doesn't even really look like they're guarding or protecting anything. It kind of looks like they're more making an effort to leave themselves open. Oh, a little punching intermission. I fucked up, that's fine. I don't think that's gonna get old anytime soon. Lights seem to work. Sure, I need light vision. I do not have any control over my use of night vision, at least not to my knowledge. There's a secret button combination to disable it. I was not told what it is. Fix box. Oh, there we go. Turn off. Thanks to diffuse. I was gonna say this looks like an optional objective. Diffuse the secondary charges planted by Goldfinger's man. So I don't know if we missed any of the previous ones, but I would suspect that maybe it started here. My 6 box. really probably earn all that money. Well, never mind. I actually did earn a whole bunch of points. Do we want to buy a silencer for our shotgun? Kind of tempted. Try that. Fully purchased, not even partially. Fully purchased. Pass it. There's not a scope for the shotguns. It's a red dot sight. Now we can attach our silencer and our high capacity magazine. Oh, I need to press equip. I see. The entire game is James Bond. We see the opening of Skyfall of Daniel Craig being on a train and getting accidentally shot by Moneypenny, falling into the river, and then he starts having flashbacks to his entire career. So yeah, it's all Daniel Craig all the time, of course. Alright, can I hit this lock? There we go. I'm slightly perturbed by the idea that I would deliberately choose to play as Daniel Craig in Goldfinger if I had the option. I mean, it would be... Okay, I didn't find the other bombs, I guess. Whatever. But they must have been, like, somewhat hidden. They weren't, like, super obviously in the way, anyway.
Go after him, James. Get the damn bomb.
It would be very funny if you have the full selection of James Bond lineup for every mission. Obviously, that would make no sense. Like, just logistically, doing like 5 times the dialogue for everything.
Don't let odd job escape.
Like, aside from the many other reasons, it would not make a lot of logical sense.
Get him.
Get him. Nice little heroic leap from that guy over there.
Bond, move it.
This is actually kind of cool. Whoa! That guy was in a rush.
James, hurry.
Oh, I actually did get the reload. That's nice. Like, it aborted the animation mid-reload. But I didn't have to, like, reset the whole... That was pretty cool. A little awkward. I mean, I guess you know if the gun's visible or not, but the way the game sort of goes into cutscene mode and it goes out of cutscene mode kind of without warning, be a little disorienting. I can't even remove the silencer. Okay. Do this. I think this weapon is not ideal. Oh, I got rid of the shotgun apparently. Like, that's the thing, like the weird weapon cycling thing. I can never keep track of which weapon I'm keeping and which weapon I'm dropping. It would be very funny to, like, not just have like the different Bond dialogue which is like have basically different versions of all these cinematics, where instead of like in this they have Daniel Craig just like read Sean Connery's lines, you know, like rewrite the scene as you would imagine it playing out between each different version of Bond. Like how would, you know, Dalton's Bond behave in this scene against this character versus how would Roger Moore or George Lazenby behave. Like that. That's a very funny kind of idea. I should probably not have looked right back at the grenade to confirm its position. That was unwise. But we get out of this okay. Got some gold bars. I mean, they're pretty heavy. I think we'll I think Bond's really lacking. He's doing all right anyway. Pretty elaborate level, and again, for being in a fairly great facility, not been too tedious or boring or ugly to look at. Could have been a lot worse in a lot of different ways. Beat Odd Job. So this is like the kind of stuff I remember seeing in like trailer footage and what have you. But I had the impression like that this was kind of what the game was. Pretty funny that this guy's also just telegraphing pretty clearly here where he wants to be punched. And of course, going to cutscene mode where he fights back. Go ahead. Try to dodge. Oh, okay. I don't have to flick both sticks at once, like the instructions seem to imply. Do I? Okay, I dodge in the direction of his hand to dodge. God, my swings are so fucking slow. Like, I dodge his attack and immediately attack afterwards, and then I still get fucking frame trapped by Odd Job. It's pretty sick. Again, like, how fucking tedious would this be to do on repeated playthroughs? This is cool. Like, it's a solid recreation of this fight, but we still got to have like decent encounters with him leading up to this and everything. It's actually in so many ways like done so much better than GoldenEye.
I've opened a bomb. Any advice?
Yes. Don't cut the wrong wire.
That one seems good.
Well done, James. Let's get out of here. We've got a plane waiting to take you to Washington.
Camera just like wobbling like crazy.
When the president invites you to lunch, you can't say no.
Okay.
I must be dreaming.
Not anymore. Felix wanted to make sure you had a comfortable flight.
How long do we have?
It's another hour to Washington, but I've got to keep an eye on the autopilot.
Unless we were forced to divert.
That's a splendid idea, Mr. Bond. Go. Set a course for Cuba.
Congratulations on the promotion, Goldfinger. But I suppose it's a small consolation for failing to blow up Fort Knox.
You have interfered with my plans for the last time, Mr. Bond. Stand up.
It's dangerous to fire a gun in a plane, Goldfinger.
Go! I told you to change course.
It's funny the way that pops up, but yeah, that was sick. All right, Goldfinger completed. That was great. This game is pretty awesome so far. I'm definitely into it. And that's like the what you want to see, right? Like the little iconic scenes and moments just like recreated pretty faithfully. And it kind of makes me like excited to see some of the stuff from the other films, but also like, man, Die Another Day is so shit. Like, what a waste to like spend effort recreating anything from that movie. But yeah, this like, man, what a contrast from GoldenEye, where like nothing is recreated with any attempt at authenticity or faithfulness. Like, again, they went so far out of their way to make things different that nothing's recognizable, whereas here they're like, you know, there's changes and there's bits and pieces, but like they definitely try to sort of they tried to capture like the spirit and the feel of it. Die Another Day as a video game could be a glow up. I mean, the levels could be fun. It could still be a good time. But I just mean that like seeing movie scenes recreated in this like semi-interactive form has a degree of novelty to it, and the degree of novelty I think is greatly affected by whatever feelings you might have towards what the original was. It's a lot more exciting and novel to see a recreation of something you already are fond of. So on that level, I think there would be, you know, if we get to see scenes with like I guess Daniel Craig interacting with fucking what's his name? Zukovsky, the actor. Actual Zukovsky, not GoldenEye fake Russian mobster, like not even mobster. He looks like fucking the director from like the Truman Show or whatever. But like characters that you would have interactions with like that, it's like fun to see. And I don't know that there's much of that from Die Another Day that I would be like that entertained seeing recreated. I mean, Goldfinger is hard to compete with on that level, of course, but still. Yeah, we talked a little bit before about like the films that they decided to cover, and I think Die Another Day stands out as a peculiar choice. I think, obviously, for Lazenby, there's only the one movie. For Dalton, I think License to Kill is the obvious choice. It's the far superior movie, and I think also, you know, it's much more of an action-y movie. And I mean, Living Daylights has some sick set pieces where they're like hanging out of the plane and fighting on the cargo and stuff like that, but the movie as a whole is like a little messy. I mean, you could pick plenty of stuff from it, but you'd be hard pressed to say that it's a better choice than License to Kill. And I think with Sean Connery, Goldfinger gives you Goldfinger and Oddjob. Like, that's pretty tough to compete with. Roger Moore, I think, is the one where it's like probably the hardest choice. But even then, I think Moonraker is perfectly defensible, even if it's a divisive or even disliked movie. Obviously, the space stuff is pretty, you know, unlike anything else. And you get Jaws, so there's that. I reckon the other stronger candidates would have been The Spy Who Loved Me, which, you know, also has Jaws and has like the whole underwater stuff. But also Live and Let Die. You know, have boat racing, you have Samedi and like Teehee. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff there. But Die Another Day is like the little bit more of a head scratcher. I understand them not doing GoldenEye as mentioned, but I feel like Die Another Day. You are correct, of course, in that it's not as well trodden ground in video game form. There wasn't like a big console Die Another Day video game. But even so, I think it would have been... I would probably have opted for Tomorrow Never Dies or World's Not Enough. But who knows, maybe it could have been a matter of which likenesses were easier to obtain. Who knows? Did they not make a Moonraker game? They did not. So most of Roger Moore's tenure as Bond did not really align with, like, he was mostly done with Bond by the time they started making Bond video games. So the only Roger Moore film that has like contemporary or contemporaneous video game releases is A View to a Kill in 1985. But they're just coincidentally sort of happened to be there was a game based on The Spy Who Loved Me in like the late 80s, and there was a game, it's not really based on Live and Let Die, but there is a Live and Let Die computer game which was just an unrelated boat driving action shooting game where they just slapped the Bond license onto it because there's a famous like boat chase scene in that film. And then for Dalton, we got games based on both The Living Daylights and License to Kill. So Bond's kind of prime in a way, just like we still got direct adaptations of arguably a surprising amount of those films, given that it didn't really align with like video games being a thing. And then of course, like, we got Dalton and Brosnan most of their tenures, but then after that it gets spotty. There's no console Die Another Day game, there's just a phone game. And then for Daniel Craig, there was the Quantum of Solace game that kind of covers both Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace, and then there's this, and then that's it. Game should have also adapted a James Bond Jr. episode. Yeah. James Bond drowning, drifting in and out of consciousness, having a fever dream, reminiscing about that one time his nephew went on a fucking school trip to Europe or some shit. I mean, would have been pretty good. So mission incomplete. I guess that's because I failed the secondary objectives. As far as I'm aware, are supposed to be optional. So let's hope we don't get stuck here. I'm a little annoyed that they don't give us any information about what the accuracy or elimination or subduing trials actually are. I mean, I understand what they are. They're like reaching a quota in accuracy, number of enemy kills, I take it, and number of melee takedowns, possibly stealth takedowns. But given that I don't know what the target is, I don't know. Well, maybe I know that there's other sections of the game where we can look at some of these stats and stuff, so it might just be that I can look them up elsewhere. But it still kind of sucks that it doesn't tell me here. Not only, you know, it tells me neither what accuracy I need to be at to complete the trial, it doesn't tell me what my actual results were. Let's bring back Dr. No. Dr. No has been in games. He was in he's like the main villain in GoldenEye Rogue Agent, but he doesn't really like do much. He's got like the boss fight against Dr. No is one of the rare occasions of that game actually kind of being fun. But you know, that game is just a weird, like, That one's even weirder than this because they just put in these characters and they don't really resemble their film. I mean, they have the actors' likenesses, but in terms of the characterization and what they do and how the game functions and the plot, like it just complete nonsense. I don't remember if we tried other versions of The Spy Who Loved Me, but it's definitely like an Amiga game. Some of those games had like meaningfully different versions on other computers, but a lot of the time it's like it's an Amiga game that has like a shitty port to Atari ST or DOS or whatever, and in that case it's not that interesting. The spreadsheet does list all the versions that we played of every game, so you can find the information there. Let's continue. Do we go back to the river before we start reminiscing about the next movie? Yep, I guess we do.
Now we have all the time in the world.
How touching, the whole family reunited. Cherish this moment as it will be your last.
James, please, be careful.
I remember when I got married and my wife got immediately killed.
I don't know what to say.
Say yes.
What about my father? What about Blofeld?
It's over. If MI6 wants to let him go, there's nothing I can do about it. Get down!
Blofeld.
Tracy, get out of here.
There's like no context, like it's... I can't even, like, we watched this movie 4 days ago, and I'm not really sure what like section of this movie this is sort of meant to represent. I just realized I've been streaming for like more than 3 hours, and I should have taken a break like an hour ago. This could connect pretty awkwardly with Spectre. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty funny too, actually. I didn't even consider that. I was talking about this before. It's like, it's so funny to put Daniel Craig in this film in particular, because it's like, he's going to reminisce this time his wife was killed, when the entirety of Quantum of Solace is like hinging entirely on his, I mean, I guess technically they weren't like engaged or whatever, but his more recent romance being like mysteriously killed. Like Daniel Craig's Bond already has this particular story beat in his backstory, but that's not the one he like flashes back to. He flashes back to the one from the late 60s. But yeah, I guess they got the actor's likeness for her. I didn't really recognize her when we saw like super quick flashes in one of the trailers we watched. At least they didn't put her in like, I guess they probably try to put the characters in outfits that are sort of timelessly, you know, or at least chronologically ambiguous. But I'm like trying to remember, obviously there's the whole like ski chase stuff and everything, and like she gets like captured because she's there when they have to like rescue, when they like assault the base, which I guess, like, I wonder if, I guess it makes sense that we were going to get like 2 levels per movie. Then we'll get like a ski chase level, and then we probably have like an assault on the resort lair level. But yeah, it doesn't really line up because there's not really a scene I remember anyway of them like just chilling in the ski slopes and like, oh fuck, Blofeld's men are here, go escape, like, and then she has to like go off in her snowmobile. But yeah, they're kind of, I mean, when we infiltrated Orc Enterprises or whatever, we were just like sneaking into this fucking airfield full of fighter jets and explosions are going off. Like that part of that level felt nothing like Goldfinger. But then once we got to his office and it's like, oh yeah, okay, this is kind of style a bit like his office. You see the hidden model showing Fort Knox. And then of course obviously they're getting captured with the laser. Like they started, like once they have the actual characters and the individual scenes that they're recreating, they do a pretty good job of it. But the setup for getting there was a bit iffy, and I guess it's, you know, maybe the same thing here. But yeah, you know, I would have liked to have seen, like, I was surprised that we got so much sort of plot stuff as we did, like the whole laser interrogation scene, and even the end at the airplane. I feel like I would have been, I don't know if satisfied is the right word, but it's like, if the level ended after we defeated Oddjob and we just, you know, disabled the bomb, like that would have almost felt like, okay, cool, we completed this. And it's like, you know, leave it open whether Goldfinger died in this timeline or not. But they not only had that, like they could have had a little cutscene at the end. I mean, granted, there wasn't that much interaction, but the whole scene, and even like the kind of raid on Fort Knox, like the whole interaction with Goldfinger at the beginning of that scene, like we've played several games where those kind of corners were cut fairly ruthlessly. You know, they really truncate stuff to not have to have all these extra narrative scenes. So I've been kind of impressed so far that hasn't really been the case in this game. But then when you jump into a level like this, it stands out in comparison, because it's like, oh wait, hang on, where are we? What's going on? Who's Teresa? Like, you know, they could have given us a little more context. And they could have given us Daniel Craig in a ruffled shirt and kilt, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna take a short break. I'm honestly not sure. We'll see. I'm not sure how long we'll go, but I guess we'll probably try to finish this level. But we'll see. Anyway, we'll definitely give it a look, see how far we get once I'm back from break in just a few moments. See you guys in a bit. All right, I've returned. Get everything sorted here. All right, objectives. Protect Riza, stay close, keep Blofeld's men. Yeah, so that's actually, I think I just thought of, you mentioned it. Of course, like, Spectre came out a few years after this. And that whole movie kind of came about, I guess you could say, because of the, like, final sort of resolution of a decades-long legal situation, I guess we can call it. The story is actually quite fascinating, and there's some good, like, I've watched some good, like, YouTube documentaries about it, but in summary, a guy who was kind of tangentially related, he was not really necessarily one of the key like creative forces, but he sure made himself out to be for the film Thunderball. Essentially, like, made the claim that he would retain ownership over all these story elements that were introduced in that film because he wrote that film and he came up with these things and blah blah blah, which essentially meant that Spectre, the organization, was one of the things that he kind of laid claim to, which is why they never, like, used Spectre in the films for a long time. And the interesting thing that I'm thinking of here is that I would have thought that Blofeld was part of that whole thing too. But obviously he's here. And I don't actually recall if he was featured. I feel like he must have been in previous video games as well. So I wonder, like, if I just have that, like, if I just, like, misremember that, or, you know, if the fact that they used Blofeld, the character in the Spectre film, was kind of, like, unrelated, but I wouldn't have thought so. It's interesting anyway that, like, I guess I'm trying to remember. I don't think in On Her Majesty's Secret Service that Spectre is necessarily mentioned. It might be, I don't recall, honestly, but Blofeld's in it, of course. But I was thinking, like, will we see or hear anything to do with Spectre here? But I guess if it's not even in the movie, then they certainly have no reason to do it here, but it's interesting. Anyway, let's go skiing, I guess. Let's steer left bumper to accelerate. Okay. Whoa! I was gonna say, well, we're pretty much on rails, but we sure are steering. Accelerate more. We need to catch up. This is actually kind of cool. Oh my god, we're, like, kind of on rails. You can steer left and right, but it's like left and right relative to the path, and it's not really clear where that path is going, you know? Like, is the path gonna go between these trees? Like, if I don't steer left or right, it's not like you go in a straight line. Alright, so we get the theme song. Isn't necessarily used in the score kind of like this, but... Ouch, okay. Just steered away from the rocket, I guess. But yeah, having bits of the classic, like, theme songs and score definitely adds to the atmosphere. Is that guy gonna be, like, unkillable? Who knows? Or is that her? I guess that's probably her, because I'm protecting her. That would make more sense. Because I didn't, like, I was never even able to catch up in that first attempt. I forgot that we'd have a marker on her. Yeah, that makes more sense. Luckily, there's no friendly fire, I guess. Ouch. That's fine. I'm getting stuck. I'm being shot at from from up there. I see. Okay, I lost her, I guess. Okay, well, try again. A little confusing at times, but pretty cool. We haven't had many first-person skiing sequences. There's an interesting level in The World's Not Enough. That's like the PS1 and N64 games are quite different, but they've got a lot of levels that are sort of direct equivalents. And of course there's like the skiing scene. And it's kind of funny because it's like in the N64 one is a bit more like on rails, like you'd expect. Kind of similar to this in a way. But in the PS1 game, it's like the skis are like, they sort of behave like a vehicle. Like they just, you know, you're first person shooting, walking around. I guess I should have avoided that little pile. I thought that was like maybe a little jump or something, but no, it was a wall. It's not on rails at all. You have like free full control. You just like don't walk normally. Ouch. It is a little bit silly here that like you have to like catch up with her basically. And if you like don't spend enough time speeding up and accelerating and catching up with her, or you bump into something and lose speed, she will outrun you and you fail. Like she could just like slow down and give me 3 seconds to catch up. I steered hard left and I couldn't dodge it. I guess I was meant to dodge right. I'm basically holding LB the entire time to accelerate, try to catch up. Elimination. Oh, elimination trial. Maybe it's, well, I guess I don't know about this level. Might be different, but maybe it's not. I thought elimination trial was just like number of kills, but it could be like basically a Bond moment sort of thing where you achieve one particular elimination. Got it anyway, and that was pretty satisfying. Doing the big slow-mo helicopter sniping jump. Okay, I was gonna say, I trust that was meant to happen.
Your M was foolish, Mr. Bond. I could have told her Blofeld could not be trusted. That's why I called you, and why I resigned. It's ironic that fate has brought us together, Mr. Bond. Two men from opposite sides of the law. But here we are. I just want my daughter back.
That was a short level. Okay. So I guess that was her dad talking to us. I thought it's like, that doesn't sound like Blofeld. Well, okay, so we did kill... I guess elimination trial might just be killing everyone or killing enough because... Or, I mean, yeah. I was just expecting there to be an on-foot section after this. But okay. Well, let's keep going. I was expecting another half-hour level. Air assault on Blofeld's lair. Okay, yeah. I guess not every film will necessarily get the same...
All 3 helicopters are in position. We're 2 kilometers out from Blofeld's headquarters. Up ahead, on your left.
I guess that's her dad?
I see it.
This looks like in the movie. But yeah, like... We got 2 chunky levels with some good story cutscene stuff for Goldfinger. For this movie, maybe not as much.
James, take them out.
Keep shooting, Jay.
which is fine. Like, I don't need the game to be... I didn't resume the timer. But I guess that level was like 4 minutes long, so... I think we can maybe... We might need those explosive barrels later. No, I literally just like mispressed the key, I think, to resume the timer, but... Oh, turret. That guy's an RPG. He hit shit. Of course, these guys should like melt in like half a second. Boy, anti-air gun's overheated because it's a video game. Oh my god, the gun keeps overheating instantly. I mean... Being shot at from... No, we're just waiting for more dudes to spawn and shoot him, I guess. Yep, moving on. So, I mean, this is a little, not quite like the film. I can't aim that far to the right, but... Yep, okay. Going all the way back here so we can land. Maybe? Yep. Okay, rappel down from... Ground assault. Alright, we're done with the air assault. Time for the ground assault. Fire grenades. Might as well. God, it's so slow. Let me just double check my... Yeah, my stuff's still equipped. Actually, do we have a lot of points? I'm gonna get this so we have it. Then, yeah, whatever. Am I hitting something, or is that a... That wasn't the guy who was sniping us. I can't, like, knock him down either. Look how happy he is. Just be getting in the way. It's like proving to be about as much of an obstacle now as when he was alive. Go here. I do enjoy that the guys you're hanging out with and helping you are actually, like, helping you. They're not totally useless and in the way. I6 box. It's 15. So this is a sniper rifle, apparently. Benetti are... Let's... Contract recoil. Rate of fire seems a good thing to have. Fully purchased. No partial purchases here. Thermal scope, red dot sight. I kept being confused by the different shades of blue, but I guess it's literally just every other line is a darker or brighter shade of blue. Kind of pointless. Body heat shows up much brighter. It's pretty cheap. Can I not? What? Wait, hang on. Do I not need... I guess I don't need to equip this one. I would have thought that I needed to equip it, but I guess maybe... I guess it's an attachment slot that maybe doesn't exist on this gun. Could that be it? Like it goes in front of the trigger or something? And not every gun has the capacity for that? I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but seems to be kind of what it looks like. Or it would go here, but I can't pick it.
James, this way.
So maybe I just have a higher... I was gonna say frame rate of fire. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm following you. Hold X to climb. I see. Oh yeah, I just remembered. I guess they weren't... I don't remember seeing stats for it anyway. I don't think there were like bio files to collect in the Fort Knox level. I guess the types of collectibles and things you can collect and achieve might be a little different per level. Yeah, there's a Goldfinger fan game mod for GoldenEye. My understanding is that the kind of modding capabilities are a little limited, like, you know, compared to something you would see in like a Doom or Quake Total Conversion. It's maybe not quite that elaborate. But I've been like moderately curious to see what it might be like. But also, as someone who's like not the biggest fan of GoldenEye to begin with, I wouldn't expect a fan game mod to be like as good. See, that was a little annoying. I saw those guys coming out. I was like shooting at them, and they were still able to get a rocket off. And I saw it, and I tried to walk out of the way, and I still got killed by it. But oh well. No, we're not having to replay that far of a section here, so... No, okay. I wasn't sure if I was able to throw that at all. I think it bumped into something, but I'm not getting past here. But see, like this, again, it looks like the location in the movie. Even the jackets, I just realized, like, they did have those. I was trying to remember what these characters looked like in the film. I think the good guy grunts had like more, they were more dressed in all white. But the villains did have those like orange Olympic jackets. RPGs. I sprinted out of the way this time. Obviously they won't have like the Olympics shit on them, but you know, they're orange. Like, close enough. Cool. Hello. I want to pick different weapons so I can earn my way towards like other weapon achievements. White Buffalo. There he is. Okay, I see the objective marker. I just want to...
James, we've got to find a way of opening this door.
Lack of subtitles and the weird audio mixing. Weird. Here. My other weapon. And my other primary, but right. This might here. Oh, I think I got both of them. Nice, I got him. No. Of course, we got the whole E-lift thing, whatever call it. It's such like a vastly refreshing feeling after being constantly like flabbergasted by the GoldenEye game, where like everything is different. And here's like, oh shit, I actually recognize this location. Like, oh my god, I can't believe they made a conscious effort to try to make it actually like the movie. That's cool. I guess we take the back entrance here, and then we let in our friend. He wasn't really properly introduced, but Grace's dad. Guy's got a rocket launcher. Okay, well, I'm glad you solved the door situation. So now we've got a little phone hack symbol thing pop up again. Field strength. Let's see if there's anything. Oh. Hack this laptop. Losham Clinical Research Intel Part Collector. Okay, so there we go. My hunch was correct that those phone hacking icons were indeed connected to finding collectible stuff.
Let's go!
This isn't maybe completely accurate, but you know, it has a certain kind of a certain vibe to it. You know, this feels slightly more 1969 than the Goldfinger level felt 1964, put it that way. Can I hit something over there? I guess yeah. When I pick up a weapon, I swap the one I'm currently holding, not the one I've got in my pocket. Oh. This is not the ideal weapon for this, I don't think. We can do That would work. Okay. Checking. Follow. All right. I'm guessing he's gonna sit here until we clear out some bad guys. Granted, but. All right. Okay. So there's something I can. Couch looks glowing. Oh, I'm in the wrong vision mode. There we go. Fingerprints. Hold the button. It's a little clunky.
There must be a hidden lock or a control panel somewhere.
Found Blofeld. It didn't tell us that it gave us anything.
I found it. Let's go.
Oh, okay, so that was actually not even a secret bonus thing. Pretty cool though. I don't know that that was a thing in the film. I don't quite recall, but
We must find the hidden entrance. It will lead us to Tracy.
yeah, I wonder where it could be. Oh, I found it. Okay, picked up a little vintage USB stick. Okay, yeah, right, because that's the thing I just had on this. The gun I picked up just had. Okay, yeah, so now we can attach the silencer that we've unlocked previously and high capacity magazine. Very funny. Let's go to the shop. The machine guns. Right, so you cannot have high capacity magazine and rapid fire, I guess. What submachine gun would you have that does not have full auto? Rather confusing. Ability and effective range. Sure. Flex sight. Wait, what's the difference between the compensator and micro rifle barrel? Increases the bullet's stability and effective range versus counteracts the recoil. I guess okay, yeah, because the recoil does like shift the camera view, so I guess that's what that would do, which has less of effect when you're like locked on anyway. But let's equip that. Like forget what I. Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't actually equip these things. There we go. Maybe we got something. The 2-round burst. I mean, even then, it's. I feel like it's rare, but it's the same thing with the assault rifle. Like, of course, you'd have some like AR-15 or whatever that doesn't have fully automatic mode. But as a general rule, you would expect assault rifles to have a fully automatic firing mode. But even when they don't, it's not like a crucial upgrade, really, because I kind of want to mostly fire in bursts anyway.
I have to thank you, James. We would never have got this far without your help. I just hope we aren't too late to save Tracy.
Okay, so he's got sick. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, where's my night vision goggles? Plot. Oh, this is kind of cool. Like the rooms, like yeah, this whole thing doesn't really look like in the film, but kind of get it. But yeah, it's. I mean, granted, the women patients aren't really around for this scene in the film.
James, look, it's Tracy.
But there's such a big part of the film that it feels weird that we didn't get to experience any of that part of the plot. Although, I mean, I guess
be on the lookout for clues that may lead us to Tracy.
For him reminiscing about this whole situation, I guess he wouldn't. Like, oh yeah, that time I met this amazing woman and we got married, and then she was instantly murdered.
In here for clues that may lead us to Tracy.
You know, he might not reminisce about the other women formerly flirting with him the same weekend or whatever. I'm assuming, yeah, I can't equip my phone. I have an objective. Okay, we just meant. I was like, am I supposed to be investigating here? My friend gonna help? I guess he's investigating the other room. I'm just reading the instructions. Fucking echo on his voice. Cutscene mode. That stuff gets a little goofy, but at least it's not particularly annoying.
James, are you okay?
Yes.
Yes.
James, this way.
Alright, sure. Just need to see if I can find any hidden bio data parts.
James, over there. This place is like nothing I've ever seen before. Blofeld must have hired a madman to design it.
They're designed to break you down, psychologically.
I will say though that for these guys that they don't have the actors' likenesses, I mean, I guess that could be maybe a very deliberate thing for those particular legal reasons. But it's funny when like this character, I feel like his distinguishing quality is that he's got a big full mustache. So when we create our legally distinct version, like we definitely make sure that he doesn't have a mustache. And now it's like it's so difficult to like perceive it as that character. I feel like they could have given him a mustache without it being like legally actionable. But I mean, I'm no lawyer. I mean, I am no lawyer. That's not in question. I guess, what do I know? On account of not being a lawyer, etc. Oh, that's right. I was like, what's the sound? It's like, oh, that's right. I forgot we had a silencer on our shotgun.
No, get away from me.
That's so funny. I'm a big fan of that. It's like it's real stupid, but I mean, silencers, like suppressors, like they don't make guns silent. Like that's already a Hollywood video game fantasy. And I don't know that like shotguns are more or less possible to suppress, but given how shotguns behave and sound and function in video games, suppressing them just kind of undermines them. It's just like it's a goofy juxtaposition that's funny, completely irrespective of any like plausibility concerns. Some drinks.
James, this way. I'll search every inch of this place. I will
Yeah,
not
okay.
leave without
I'll search every inch of this place. I mean, so at least we'll know, because we can't equip our phone. There's not going to be any secret phone collectible stuff, but there could still be files or USB sticks or whatever. They're not super like signposted. There's also the emblems or whatever, which I haven't found or completed a single one, so I'm not even really sure what I'm looking for. But I'm guessing they're the same mechanic as the Janus emblems in GoldenEye Reloaded, which are essentially the same mechanic as the hidden emblems in like Resident Evil 4 and 5. Or you just find something in the environment. Is that a Wii U? A book? It's James Bond's heraldry book. Oh, look. The bio part. See, like, they put the little glow on them, but it's very easy to miss those things. And because the environments, some of them anyway, are, you know, pretty nice looking or very similar to the films or both or somewhere in between. Actually wandering around searching for this stuff. Bonus character unlocked. Okay, I guess we got 3 out of 3 of Teresa's bio, so I guess we got a multiplayer skin unlocked. Oh. Getting kills with grenades seems like a bit of a challenge. I'm gonna swap to another shotgun that doesn't have the silencer, because it's just far more satisfying to use. I will say the night vision stuff certainly makes the environmental exploration a bit less fun, because nothing is particularly enjoyable to look at. But, and it's tricky here because all the rooms look identical. Getting psychologically broken down by Blofeld here, trying to explore and look for secrets. Kinda neat. I guess the silenced Drumhead Type 12 actually has the high capacity magazine. 9, well, fuck it. Keep the silencer for the Game Boy Vision. I think maybe I got both in one shot there. It's a little questionable to put fucking like half the level in night vision.
Teresa. Father, James. I'm so glad you're here.
How touching the whole family, really.
Can't hear shit. That might have been a phase over there, not a bad guy. Oh, that's maybe him. Back tracing. I don't even know where she is. Oh, she's still sitting there. Map proving helpful here. High capacity magazine elimination challenge. That's interesting. I really like that idea of like kind of whatever weapon you use, whatever thing you're doing, like anything you do, however you do it is like always kind of contributing something to some kind of progression. It's the kind of thing that is like, it makes sense that you start seeing that kind of thing in an Activision game from 2012, you know? But I like it. Feels good, and it gives like kind of an incentive to, you know, maybe fuck around a little bit, trying different weapons and what have you. I don't know if we can actually... Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if we can actually see that during the course of the game, but yeah, I guess we can. But I think there's, yeah, there's like multiple tiers to each of these as well. Around like Terrorlight 3 eliminations level 4, that's the like M4 rifle. And each of these numbers like relatively low, so you kind of clear these challenges with, you know, pretty frequently. Automatic, yeah, completed. Yeah, so you have like these for all the different types of attachments and stuff. That's pretty neat. Hacks completed, cracks completed, pinged enemies. Oh, the wristwatch radar. Yeah, okay. I haven't really been using that. Oh, yeah, the distraction thing. Which I guess it only counted to 1. We distracted 2. I guess we made 1 guy leave, which I guess didn't count as a distraction. Like, oh yeah, these are for the dart that we don't have yet. It's kind of neat. This is awesome, actually, because it's like, even if there's upgrades or these like training modules that you think are kind of whatever, this gives you kind of an incentive to purchase ones that you don't have, just so you can use them, so you can build these progress bars. So this one, like, we've completed that. We've completed the 6th tier of this one without even really noticing. But now we have like the extra health one. Speed loaded eliminations. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so these are like the completion percentages for each of the levels that we've done. Oh, and I guess we need to do it on the highest difficulty to get the full 100% even. Wow. Yeah, a lot of completionist metrics. Okay. I guess the objective marker is for protecting her, but I'm not sure what we're protecting her from. Do I want to get stuck up here? Advance. We could be looking at some sort of soft lock. I don't know. Maybe I need to like look down at her to interact with her or something. There's been stuff like that before. Yeah.
Are you all right?
I had to walk
Yes.
1 millimeter
We haven't
closer.
much time. Blofeld is going to blackmail the UN. He's brainwashed 5 women and programmed them to release something called the Omega virus in the world's largest cities, unless he gets paid off.
Why did he tell you all this?
His ego. He was bragging. It's all on a computer in his office on one of the lower levels.
You two, get out of here.
I just like
James,
realized,
Please. Be careful.
just like we got like the finale, the Goldfinger finale little mini level at the end. I was like, wait, does that mean we're gonna get the little wedding scene murder finale for this? Which, like, I guess we probably will, because the little flashback introduction to this segment was from that scene. And frankly, if he's gonna reminisce or remember this thing at all, like, that's the one thing he would like flash back to. That would be quite traumatic. See how much cooler everything instantly looks now that we've got color.
James, my men have cleared the bedrooms. Blofeld's men must have retreated. We're making our way back to the helicopters.
See here. Oh, that's pretty expensive, actually. Ah, fuck it. Objective. Filtrate deeper, uncover information. Yeah, so we're... Alright. We're in his science lair. I guess this was a stealth section. I didn't realize. I mean, it's not a fucking stealth section anymore, so what difference does it make? Oh, I'm not clearing the stealth goal for this level. Wait, why did the awareness meters come up? Oh, maybe because of the camera? Okay. Sure can. It's interesting that this game has these more elaborate stealth mechanics, but it kind of feels more fuck it, run and gun. Than like GoldenEye did. MP target, interesting. Hack something. Tell collected. There was also this This thing. Target. That actually do? What was the EMP target? I'm like trying to understand mechanics. Like a phone. I guess if I was stealthing this, I could create distractions by doing this. I guess that's what it's indicating. Maybe at some point we'll comprehend stealth before it's too late. Because I'm actually kind of interested in like engaging with the stealth mechanics. Looked like we saw stuff on the map. We might have entered a new stealth area.
Prepare the demolition charges. Get ready to blow this place up. Take anything of value, and leave nothing that can be traced back to us. Have they found Bond yet? No, sir. Keep looking. You, come with me. We'll check out the other lab.
Alright, I managed to ping enemies. They don't show up on the map, I guess. The green things on the map are cameras.
Take a look at this. Interesting.
It's a good, chunky, satisfying headshot sound. Hopefully no one else patrols around here. We're in shadow, which is supposed to be helpful. Objective marker. Okay.
Take a look at this. Interesting result.
Interesting results. Up there. I don't know what the other... I'm guessing like the red dots on my watch are enemies. I'm not really sure about anything else. Definitely going to be like phone hacking stuff I can do here, but...
You need to hurry, James. We're about to board the helicopters.
Back to stealth. There's a lot of people. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that stealth, because the whole like bodies being discovered and everything, like stealth isn't a matter of killing everyone. Like you legitimately probably want to sneak past that. How do I get up?
The attackers. Do you think they'll make it down here?
I don't know. The fighting has died down on the surface. Maybe they've given up.
But surely they know.
Luckily they didn't hear about the shootout in the fucking next room.
We don't even know who it is yet. But one thing is for sure. Blofeld will not let anyone take his work. He'd rather destroy this place than everything in it.
I knew this would happen. I told you, didn't I?
Be quiet and
I know I'm not like going where I need to go, but
hears you talking like that, he'll kill both of us.
out of the way.
Care. I should have
Maybe the yellow dots are
I could have been curing cancer.
scientists and shit. Because I think they were yellow on the map. I saw them as well.
Stop it. Get a hold of yourself. We have to copy this data before we get out of here. I don't know what good it will do. Once Interpol or the CIA discover what we created, they'll hunt us down to the ends of the earth and eradicate us like smallpox. Maybe, but there will be just as many people who pay us for what we've learned.
This is pretty cool. Like all this dialogue.
Let me copy the data.
Okay, on the move. Kano's our friend. Our staircase seems like a good choice. Okay, I think we get out of it. We had multiple phone options nearby. Huh. No, wait. Is it showing something purple on screen? I thought, okay, never mind. Oh, well, I just saw a prompt. Phone stuff is like pretty well hidden. Not often very clear what it is you might be able to actually interact with. Wait. Right, so this is one of these. Seven. 01. Investigate Blofeld's office. Put this in my pocket. So I wonder if that means that in this room there's going to be like 3 Blofeld things we can collect, because that's kind of how it worked in Theresa's room, I guess. Okay. So I want to be a little when we try to do this in Goldfinger's office, we like accidentally triggered the actual story progression. These, yeah, I'm confused. Maybe you can like disable the camera by hacking something that it's connected to or something. These like yellow wires connections, like I don't really understand what they're meant to signify. So this is like, yeah, that's like a secret panel or something. So that seems to be likely what will progress things further. Well, this might be. Up Reichwood. Blofeld Biopark. What's this under his desk? Wi-Fi hack? I'm gonna hack Blofeld's Wi-Fi. I have to like hold the triggers the correct level, align them, that thing, just successfully hack. We Wi-Fi hacked this world domination map. Unsure what that did to help us, but this is more hidden though. Maybe the safe. Fuck. Probably shouldn't have done this. It's like a puzzle to understand which one you should do last. Okay, but I don't have to like actually touch the panel. Could be wrong. Correct. Maybe the safe will always be... Oh, this looks like a bonus file. Yeah. There we go. We unlocked bonus character. Oh, so I had to hack the Wi-Fi to bring down the map, and then we press this panel to show top secret information.
Bond here. I'm
Pretty
uploading
cool.
a file of targets. Find these women and isolate them.
Put down that phone, Mr. Bond. That call will cost you your life.
This is not quite in the movie, but still cool. Alright. But oh, there we go. Okay, it's breakable. The windows. Oh, okay. Oh, it is. Okay. Dude, that was so fucking lucky. I'm trying to pick up weapons, but it's like refuse to swap weapons. Chase. I'm still it's got this like blurred Gasso vision. All right, let's. Okay, cutscene. Oh my god. So I started shooting the thing. It's like I figured it would break, and then it like started breaking, but then it took so many shots. I was very close to just giving up. And it seemed like I was about to die, but worked. That was a weird transition. Is this like bugged? Am I supposed? Okay. No, because I'm still like blurry vision. Oh, chase. Okay, things are sharpening up. Able to cable car. 26 seconds. Hold X to use. Yeah. Objective completed. Blofeld's cable car. Ouch. Okay, big stunt. Alright, that's pretty sick. Oh shit. This is like fucking the first stage in Nightfire. I mean, this is not really anything like anything that happens in the movie. I mean, he does do some elaborate cable car climbing stunt type maneuvers, but not like in hot pursuit of Blofeld while exploding a attack chopper. Pretty cool though. Also, I guess this isn't like the Blofeld from this movie. But you know, that doesn't really matter. Punched him wrong. Cutscene mode. Oh, I can parry? R! I see, okay. I've finally learned the... fighting against someone with a weapon controls. Now we'll go back to this. Sound design is pretty funny.
Bond to MI6.
What's Blofeld's status?
Unclear. Presumed dead.
Shall I tear up your letter of resignation?
No. The letter stands.
Wait, okay, so... Well, I guess we'll see if... 43... Yeah, this was a pretty long level. 62% completion. So, okay. Do we get the end of his... like... the wife dying cutscene? Does that happen now, or does that just not happen? Even though that was what would trigger the flashback? We're gonna end here for today, but I just want to see what happens, like what the next transition is here. So are we going to space after this? Moonraker, I guess, would be next if we're going in movie order. Right, okay, yeah, so we get the ending.
I haven't given you a wedding present yet.
I had an idea about that. 3 girls, 3
New
boys.
costumes.
Pleased?
Not bad for a start.
But darling, now we have all the time in the world. Anyway, you have given me a wedding present. The best I could have. A future.
So bizarre. What's so funny, of course, that it's actually Blofeld. Because in the movie, it's like the henchmen characters who weren't in the game. I guess it would have been maybe strange to have like the score tally, mission complete screen after this. I guess maybe I can see why they did it this way. Get like flashback to M. Wait, hang on.
Della. Oh, James, where's Della?
I'm sorry, Felix. She's gone.
Oh my god. Okay, we're in like a flashback in a flashback.
Felix. Felix, I've got to get out of here before the police show up.
Flashing back to his wife being killed made him remember when his friend's
The Mexican drug lord.
wife was killed. So now we're flashing forward into License to Kill. Holy shit. The narrative of this game is
You've got to warn.
quite something.
I need a name.
Pam. Bouvier. Here. The data is on a card, hidden in my lighter.
So we didn't even go back to Skyfall to have a different flashback. We're in like nested
Up ahead.
flashbacks.
Sanchez's operation is hidden in that heritage center.
So yeah, she looks pretty good. She looks
James.
kinda like in the film.
I don't know if I can do this.
Just focus on the mission. Stick to your cover story and you'll be fine.
So, I mean, yeah, the whole the narrative structure of this is like bizarre and goofy as hell and weird.
Confirm. Audio and video.
I just saw, by the way, that he had a Xperia smartphone, so that's some product placement right there. Dude, we even got fucking Benicio del Toro. Even though he looks like 20 years older than he did in the film, because he looks about 12 in the movie.
Why don't we just settle for Pam?
Then, it is.
I believe that's yours.
$2 million.
I'm hoping you'll accept its return as a token of goodwill. A gesture of the friendship I hope to establish.
Indeed, I will. Come. I'll take you on a tour of my facility. Then we'll discuss the friendship you propose.
Good morning, 007.
The dark guns now.
While
Yeah.
Agent Bouvier investigates the Sanchez cartel's drug operations, your mission is to determine whether he's involved with terrorists. If so, you are to neutralize Sanchez and his cartel
Okay.
by any means
Distract. It's like fucking Thief and the fucking moss arrows and shit. Eliminate the terrorist cell. This game is fucking sick, dude. 45 on Metacritic? Like, what the hell, dude? This, like, I'm enjoying this game way more than I thought I would. I was like excited for the novelty, but not expecting that it would be pulled off particularly well. Like the level design, the missions, like, yeah, I would have definitely preferred shorter levels. They could have maybe broken up into multiple levels and stuff, but for what it's trying to do, like, I think it's doing it pretty well. And especially coming off GoldenEye, and especially like it makes a weird first impression with like the Skyfall intro framing device is so silly. But then as we go into Goldfinger, the first scene of just like you find a smartphone, you see that lady painted gold, and then it's Daniel Craig. Like you already get that disconnect, which is a bit weird. And then the actual mission starts. You're infiltrating this what looks like a military base, and it keeps exploding. Like it has zero Goldfinger flavor to it. But then once you get past that first section, like, oh shit, that's, you know, some good stuff here. And they did a good job of putting these characters there. You have the interaction. The Oddjob boss fight is pretty good. Like the interaction with Felix during the Fort Knox assault, like it's all done well. And assuming that the whole Daniel Craig situation was kind of a limitation they had to work within, I think they still do a pretty good job. And it's such a gargantuan difference between this and the GoldenEye remake in terms of not just the general like fidelity, but here like most of the actors, like of the key characters, have the likenesses of the actors from the film. And like Felix Leiter, I don't remember what he looks like in either of those films, but I think he like, I'm not sure if it's literally true, but I think pretty much up until the Craig movies, I'm not sure if Felix Leiter was ever played by the same actor in two films. Like he was always a different actor. So it makes sense for a character like that they would just not bother with a particular likeness. When like this, we see him in Goldfinger, and then we see him here. Like, yeah, okay, cool. Like obviously they couldn't. It might be weird if he's like fully. I mean, he might be for all I know. Maybe that's the guy from Goldfinger. I don't remember. I don't think so, but it makes sense. But there's some other characters I just happen to know because I happen to see. I'm not going to spoil anything, but and then, yeah, we have like the wrong Blofeld, which is like kind of funny, but. Because it's not like a, I mean, I think so far, even having seen about 5 seconds of License to Kill in the game, Honor Her Majesty's Secret Service feels like it's the one that, I mean, they got her, Teresa, like that's the actress from the film. But it's like one location. We don't see too much of it. The location, I think they did a good job with, but it doesn't feel like they went to as nearly as great lengths as they did with Goldfinger to try to make it feel like that movie with the characters and everything. But it's still pretty decent. But yeah, there's going to be some characters I'm sure that's going to stand out as being like, huh, okay, they didn't get the likeness for this one or whatever. And the fact that Q hasn't been present. Q actually has a shockingly large role in this film. So there's like some stuff like that quite, obviously makes it feel like something is missing or something is a bit off. But given where my expectations were, both coming off of GoldenEye, but also just with the premise in general, I'm actually really impressed and quite surprised at how much it felt like we were playing Goldfinger and then On Her Majesty's Secret Service. So I'm actually quite excited to see the rest of it. Yeah, I mean, I guess they that's true, Taco, that given that Felix Leiter was actually well established by this point, I don't remember if he is in Skyfall, but he's in the first two films, and I know he's in at least one more. I think he's in No Time to Die. Or maybe I know he's in at least one more. I don't remember I haven't seen any of them in quite a few years. Like, it's funny that fucking Tanner is such an MVP for, like, I don't have any memories of him from the films really, but he's in like every Daniel Craig Bond video game as like the Q stand-in. But I was talking about that at the beginning of the stream too, like the funny idea of like if they were to put the Q character as introduced in Skyfall and have him like be in the field with Bond there for like License to Kill and shit like that. Granted, the way that character is introduced, it would be perfectly logical for them to have another quartermaster, that isn't the same person in these older missions, just to have like a Q character there. But of course, it's not that difficult for them to work around Q being absent, just given the scenes they've chosen to include and everything. And obviously Desmond Llewellyn wasn't around, but they could have, as they do for everyone else, they could have gotten his likeness and someone else to do the voice. And I think that would go a long way to make it feel like a more complete sort of James Bond greatest hits reunion tour kind of thing. Like, not having Q there is a shame. But it would be cool if the new Q at least shows up in like radio, message form or something, at least in the Skyfall mission or something. I don't know. But you do make a good point that like there was a Daniel, like literally Felix Leiter is in the Daniel Craig film, so it's a little strange that he's unless they did base him on a previous actor, but even then it's very strange that they would choose to do that. But it's not necessarily like, it's interesting. Like, I'm sure obviously some actors are easier to get the likeness rights than others. But it's funny to see like Benicio del Toro, who is in 2012 a significantly larger like celebrity status than in 1989. He wasn't famous then, but he just like happened to be in the film and become famous, like much more famous later. I guess not to the point where he's prohibitively expensive to get the likeness rights to, maybe, but I was still surprised to see him, because it's like he's the kind of character that like, yeah, they'll get the likeness rights to like Red Grant and Rosa Klebb from Russia with Love, but the equivalent, and obviously they'll get Richard Kiel as Jaws. Like, you couldn't put him and not have the likeness. That would be kind of weird. But there's definitely other side characters and allies and henchmen that they could get away with not having the likeness rights to. Like, it would be disappointing no matter which character it is, but if you saw it, you wouldn't be shocked. And I think I don't even remember the character's name, but Benicio del Toro's character is Like, he's a small enough character and a big enough actor currently that it would be like, yeah, you know, I wouldn't be... I'm, like, more surprised to see him than I would be not seeing him. Craig is not the voice actor of Bond? No, I'm pretty sure he did the voice for everything. Like, Brosnan didn't do the voice for most of the Brosnan games. I think he only does the voice in Everything or Nothing. But I don't think there are any Daniel Craig games where someone else does the voice. Like, Judi Dench is in all the games as well. But his his VO performance is not, you know, not super impressive. He sounds like he's kind of phoning it in at times, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty into this so far. I wouldn't say that this is one of the best games, but it's got a lot of charm and, like, so far. I mean, the game's got plenty of room to become annoying as fuck and just a bad experience in a number of ways. But I was dreading what I thought might be a very kind of sour note to wrap things up on. Again, given the fact that this apparently reviewed worse than GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which is shocking to me. Unless there's some deep secret of this game that we just have not seen yet. I don't know. The way the game is structured, like... Oh, interesting. So Moonraker's last, apparently. Huh. There is a Skyfall section at the end, but that was DLC, and you had like 4 months in 2012, early 2013 to get that DLC, and then the game was delisted. So we don't have that. I wonder if that means that we don't get like the... I mean, each little segment is kind of self-contained. That's fine. But as far as the game's like narrative, I guess it's very possible that the game just kind of won't have a proper ending without that. But it's not... I mean, what does proper ending even mean? You know, it's not telling an original story. Like the Skyfall section is going to be Skyfall, so I don't know. But we'll see, because I think we're going to be able to at least watch some footage of it. I don't necessarily need to... I mean, I guess it's... I don't know. If it's as long as the other sections, I guess it's about an hour. Which we could take the time to watch through. But I'm mostly curious just to see what's in it and what it's like and like what characters are there and whatever. But yeah, so far, quite an enjoyable game. I like it. And I'm looking forward to playing it more. Oh yeah, oh, that's pretty cool. So there's like 4... I mean, I don't really care too much, but there's like 4 collectibles per character. It's like... I guess maybe if they put a big mustache on him, he might actually look a fair bit like the film character. Maybe that's why they did it. But when he doesn't have the mustache, I feel like it's like not recognizable at all. They have dropped the score just because of that ending DLC. I mean, I don't even know if that's a thing, but I'm curious. I feel like there's got to be some reason that people like really shat on this game. Like, I can see the QTE boss fight type stuff, because like I'm thinking of like what's this zeitgeist, and this is why I find it interesting to look at like Metacritic stuff, even though I don't care really, or at least I don't care in the sense that I let it affect whether I'm interested in playing a game or not. Oh really, I mean, if anything, a low score is going to make me really intrigued to want to play it. But putting it into the context of 2012, like this is around the same time as Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 6 is another game that had like, it's a game that I feel it has a lot of flaws. It's disliked for reasons that are perfectly valid, but it's also a game that has a lot of hate where I feel like it's just like certain relatively small things just kind of reached a boiling point for a kind of critical mass of people, where in that game you have stuff like, oh, you need to open this door. Well, instead of pressing a button, you have to mash a button to like fill up some kind of QTE prompt thing. There's a lot of little interactions that are like that in that game. And it's the same here, where, I mean, there's one part where I have to like force open an elevator door by mashing the triggers. There's these little QTE-esque boss fight sequences where, you know, it's coming off a couple of years. You know, you had Uncharted and Tomb Raider Legend in like 2006, 2007, having like, oh, in this cutscene you have to press triangle, square, triangle, otherwise the main character just falls off a cliff and dies. As well as, you know, God of War kind of popularizing QTEs in general, but also these kind of button mashy interactions for stuff. And I think that stuff got kind of more and more popular, so to speak, or at least common. And I guess by 2012, people got kind of fed up with it. And I'm not saying this game got a Metacritic score of 45 because you have to mash buttons, but I can see those kinds of things that we just don't like perceive in the same way coming to it 12 years later. Where you don't play this game and go like, oh, I can't believe they did this. It's more like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense. You know, the game from that time was fashion of the time, and but also, you know, you get kind of desensitized to some of that stuff in general, when it comes to stuff that hasn't necessarily gone away so much either. But you know, there's like the little hacking mini games and whatever it is. So I think there's probably a combination of that, the kind of, I don't know, to a degree, licensed game stigma, like the fucking infinitely large looming shadow of GoldenEye, and people are just ready to dislike a Bond game for not being GoldenEye or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much that affected critical reception, but I can see a little bit of a James Bond video game fatigue, even if there had been some pretty good games before this. Like EA's game kind of became better and better. Agent Under Fire is like extremely mediocre. Nightfire is good, but like they broadly got better and better. Everything or Nothing is like ultimate. And then Activision's games generally definitely were more middling. Even the good ones are like pretty flawed. So maybe that's a factor too. But it like, I'd be curious to read some reviews, I guess. Because it just does not compute how, if this had an aggregate score in the 60s, I probably wouldn't think twice about it. It's like, you know, it seems average to me. I don't really get it, but I've definitely played other games that reviewed poorly where I like, to me, yeah, there's plenty about it that I don't really like, but I could say the same for a similar game that has reviews in the mid 80s. So I don't really know the difference. But for it to be in like the 40s, it's just it's a remarkably low rating that I think for most games like that, you would expect there to be very obvious obvious things. Yeah, nothing personal, Killick, but I'm not gonna bother reading a AI hallucinated summary. But I mean, it's a generic game in a lot of ways as far as like the gameplay. But I think the presentational flourishes of what they're trying to do, it seems pretty successful to me. So I wouldn't expect this to be super well received, but it's not like, like I said, you know, if you're into first-person shooters, like, yeah, you can compare it to like Call of Duty and stuff like that too, of course. It's maybe a less impressive package, right? But if a Call of Duty game is like in the 80s or 90s, I feel like I would more expect this to be in the 60s or 70s rather than in the 40s. Weird, but that's how it goes. Like, people latch on to certain specific details, and you know, you form this kind of consensus, I guess, and people just, I'm not saying people who reviewed it didn't actually play it and form an opinion of it for themselves, but there is, zeitgeist is a real thing, you know. It's not just the summary of things that we can see in parts in hindsight. Like, there can just be a feeling in the air at a certain time where people just want a certain thing or they don't want a certain thing, and that reflects how people feel about it. Anyway, it's getting really late. I ended up going a lot longer than I expected, but that was partly because the game's really fun. I'll be back, I'd say Friday or Saturday, most likely, to play more of 007 Legends. Before I leave you, though, let's see who we can raid. Well, I guess Broy is streaming Spike Out Battle Street. He's been going for longer than me, so let's raid him before he stops streaming. I don't get to raid him all that often, and Spike Out's fucking sick, so that seems like a good choice. Anyway, I really gotta go. Thanks a lot for hanging out. I'll see you guys around. Thank you for watching, and peace.